Hello and welcome to Dice Breakers, a D&D podcast and stream with mostly accurate rules and inconsistent character voices. I'm Alex, your host and DM, and with me are Greg, not Purdy, Mark, and not Simon, my wonderful players. How is everyone doing today? Purdy is still on holiday, Simon is delayed, unfortunately, but he will be joining us in a second. But we are still ready and raring to get going, and I shall go straight into my last time. Shall I? Unless there's anything anybody wants to interrupt with.
I'll think of something.
That's fair. Last week, the party started by finishing off the final purple worm, but then desperately having to try and save Fryn from within its stomach, a task that unfortunately took too long, leading to her death. But there was no time for mourning, as the task at hand was still very important. With a shield dome in the way, they had to get creative and bring Tal out into the open to perform the suppression ritual for an attempt to remove his arm. And so they did. Etch managed to cleave off the arm of Tal in his suppressed state, but the energy being released from such an act set off an explosion the size of the mountaintop, blasting everybody back. Sometime in all of this, though, Elsie went missing, later to be found to have gone home, but then ran away again. Etch was knocked unconscious by this explosion, but woke quickly, whereas Tal took a good while to wake from his newfound slumber. They returned to the clock tower, expecting to have time to process all of everything happening, but were not given this opportunity as some form of an attack happened at the Sarasek household, which they needed to investigate. It turned out that Elsie's father, the groundskeeper of the land, was attacked and physically torn apart in a very gruesome manner. The only clues were a broken fence and some grey fur, something that was not expected to be seen in Yveluna. Finally, to top off the chaos, Tal woke up with no memories of anything, seemingly kind and sincere. The conspiracy now needs to decide if they can trust him. Fun, eh? Fun.
Of course you can trust him.
So, we will. It is a new day. I usually start with a new day because it's much easier. Because it is a new day in the clock tower. There is a lot going on. Maya is still doing paperwork, as has become her new daily routine. I'm sure you two have woken up, Etch in more of a panic than Flint, but, you know, it is what it is. And Unit is asleep. Elsie is still missing. This is where I leave it to you as to what decisions you have made for the day.
Well, obviously, morning, Etch. Fancy a cup of tea?
Morning. Yes, please.
Yeah, okay.
The good stuff. Add some more good stuff to it.
I reckon it's still dark.
The one that's the calming one was violet and lavender. Yes, I'll make you some of that.
I reckon it's still dark, probably about 9 in the morning. Jackson's asleep. Divley's asleep. Velka's awake, and Maya, as we have already discussed, is awake. You also cannot see Tal at the moment in the sort of communal area.
I'll go and check if Tal's in his room.
I mean, yes, he is in his room. You walk into the room, and he's like, oh, hello.
Morning. How are you feeling? You want a cup of tea?
I think I'm okay.
Do you want some tea? It's always a great start to the day. Calms you down. Gets you ready to go.
I think I'll be okay. I'm still learning what I like.
I'm going to do an insight check to see if I think he's being an honest kind of person.
He's lying about tea. You've got him.
I want to see if he's hiding anything.
Okay.
Because why not? I think I'll use the electronic one. Why not? Let's do that. 13.
There it is. You can't really glean anything. He seems to have not been awake for very long. Just sort of sitting. You know, as you came in, there was no drastic movement. It was just sort of he's just kind of there.
I know. Just keeping sort of just a. I'm not particularly worried, but just keeping just a general eye, just in case. He was a 17-foot tall purple killing monster until recently. So. Well, purple crystals, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but his skin is black. His skin is the same colour as yours.
Not with own black skin, exactly.
Oh, while you're doing that, can I go check on Maya?
Well, just before, as Flint starts to walk out, Tal does perk up and says, just one question.
Yes?
Are we the same?
How do you mean?
Well, I am aware that my appearance is very different to everybody else's, with my eyes, my skin, and you are quite similar. Your eyes are a different color, but our skin is the same, minus the patterns. And we both have light hair.
Oh, I see what you mean. I don't think so. No, I think I sort of always looked like this. I think you've been a bit poorly. That's why you're looking a bit different from your friends. But I'm sure you'll get better in time.
Why do you look like that?
Well, I think this is just how I was born, really. I mean, I never knew my parents. I've never met anyone like me. But as far as I know, this is what I'm supposed to look like. I don't know.
So why do
Just
I
am, I
look like
suppose.
this?
You've been poorly, as I say. I think you ought to talk to your nurse about that, or whoever's looking after you.
I have a nurse?
Well, you've got people looking after you, trying to make you healthy. You've been a bit poorly. Do you remember anything of before yesterday, before waking up here?
No.
No, you see, you've been poorly, and they're trying to help you get better and remember.
How was I poorly?
I don't know. I wasn't really here. Something happened to you. Some kind of, I don't know. Some kind of. You see those sort of things in your arm? Those sort of lumpy bits. So what to do with those? I believe.
Okay.
Edge might be able to tell you more. He's very knowledgeable of these things.
Which one's Etch again?
The sort of glum looking one over there drinking a cup of tea.
Looks out the door, Etch just like. Oh, I see.
You sure you wouldn't like a cuppa? It's very refreshing.
I'm sure. Thank you.
Well, I'll go back to the table then. He's awake.
It's good news.
He's asking about what happened to him.
Yeah, I don't know how much we want to say yet.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I evaded it as far as I could.
Velka's sitting next to you, says, but if he doesn't know, then why? Who cares?
Well, he seems to be telling the truth, I gotta be honest. But, you know, a bit of caution never goes amiss.
If we don't tell him anything that he might already have known, what's the harm?
Well, I thought I'd leave it to you as your friend.
I mean, we only know so much about what happened to him as well.
I mean, you could
And what
try
we
talking-
know isn't really gonna. I don't know.
Yeah,
But it might
you could
jog
just
his
try-
memory.
Yeah, you could try reminding him of a few things. You never know what. He might jog a few things loose, as you say. I mean, you
I'm
might
not
as
sure
well.
I want to jog his memory.
Hmm?
If we jog his memory, it may bring back old motivations.
Well, you can't keep him as he is, can you?
Velka just shrugs, just like, I wasn't there. I don't have much of a stake in this, to be honest. Not many of us were there at all.
He doesn't seem to be able to remember anything before yesterday, so...
The only problem I see now is that he doesn't seem to have a will of his own. If we could help him with that, that would help. That would be better. He doesn't have to remember everything else.
You could take him for a walk around the city, I suppose.
Velka just says, you're the boss. Well, you and Maya. Maya just looks over, distracted.
I'm not cut out for leading. Oh, friend, why? I'm gonna go talk to Maya.
Maya, again, just going through paperwork and paperwork and paperwork, cutting into a couple letters. Like, hello.
Hey, how you holding up? Did you sleep?
I'm getting better at this. I did sleep a little bit, but I am getting better at this. I'm starting to get a workflow. It's still insane, though.
Yeah. So I don't know where to even go today.
Well, I think I
lot.
can help you with that one. Not that it's gonna help out much. There's been a report. There's been another
no.
attack.
Oh no.
Seems to be similar to the other one, but I personally haven't put much thought into it, but I can't see any relation. It'd be worth you checking with a few of you.
Where?
New Zabra. Close to the bricks.
Okay.
It's a man attacked in his home. She goes through some papers. Mr. Argyle? Nothing to me.
I'm not there, so I don't.
She goes through a bit more. Says,
Something to me.
goes through a bit more. Oh, no, sorry. Found in the street.
Okay. Argyle. Yeah.
Well, found around the street.
Yeah.
It may be
All right.
worth talking to some people that were down there. This was reported
Yeah.
from one of the stations down there. Seems as though all they've worked out so far is the name. Unfortunately, the face was intact, identified by the wife. He was supposedly at the pub, coming home late. That's about everything. But this is only information from questioning the wife.
All right. Well, 6 problems. All right. We'll go check it out. I'll take Flint. I think, yeah.
Okay. Do you want to take
Pretty
anybody
good.
else, or just the two of you?
You know what? We'll take Tal. Maybe walk around
Okay.
the city will jog his memory.
If you think that's reasonable.
Could at least get out of here, you know,
It's true.
and put him in a cloak or something. It's not too shocking.
Yeah, keep an eye on him, but yes.
Of course. I'll be back. Also, any news on the Benizis? Any movement from any of the posts? I feel like
No,
they'd be-
not that I can see. If anything, the only report is that they seem a little more locked up with the explosion and the attack at the Sarasek. So close to them, it seems they are just locking up.
figured they'd be after us now that they have someone that's seen our faces.
This is all I have.
All right. Well, we'll be back. Probably.
Hopefully. She points on the map. It's down here. She points. If you look at the good old map that we have of the area, there it is. Maps.
It's
Yveluna. So, yeah, it is. New Zabra, obviously the southern sector. That like western corner right next to the bricks. That's where she points. It's here.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I'll let you know what happens. Flint,
Oh, yes.
we have something to investigate here.
Oh, yes, what's that? Oh, dear.
Man
Is that
by
up
the
at the,
name of Argyle.
Is that up at the Sarasek house again?
No, other side, back around where the necromancer was.
No. Okay. Right, fair enough. I'll get my stuff.
Well, we're gonna be taking Tall. Hopefully,
Oh,
something will jog his memory. I'll
That's
go
a good
grab
idea.
him.
Do you think anyone will notice all the sticky outy bits?
We'll get him a cloak.
Maya perks up, and maybe goggles or something.
Yeah, we've got another one with scary eyes.
Yeah, my eyes
I think
aren't
it's just the
exactly
crystals people
normal.
be concerned about since they're familiar with
Yes. Maybe you should say your brothers.
Well, we are quite similar, actually, as it turns out.
them. Get him some glasses or something. I'm sure we've got something around here. Tall.
He's in his room. The door is open. He's like, hello. As you look at him, he's sort of just like feeling the vague sort of lumps and bumps, as called, up his elbows. You know, some slightly sticking out, sort of vaguely, not like picking them or pulling them, just sort of touching them, just sort of, you know, curiously. Hello.
Hi, are you interested in getting a little feel for what we used to do when you were with us before?
I don't know what we used to do.
Well, that's what I'm here to show you. grab a cloak off the wall. We'll take a
If
walk
you think
around
it's
the city.
appropriate. He walks over,
Yeah.
just gets a jacket, puts it on. But he's still wearing, like, ragged clothes.
I mean, you can take some of my extra clothes there as well. That'll work.
Okay. Vaguely gets
Up
changed
rags.
behind a screen or whatever, just gets changed, comes out wearing surprisingly similar things to you, possibly unnervingly similar to you.
I'll
He looks like
Just
I'll
a
mess his hair
negative.
up a little bit so he looks a little less like me. Like, there we go. That's different.
You do
Okay.
that, and he sort of gives you a strange look, and then just sort of pats his hair down again in a nice, neat, smooth.
I was gonna say he looks like a cross between you and me. Look.
Oh God, OTP.
Oh dear.
Oh. Come on, let's go.
Oh dear. Off we go then.
He
Off
follows.
you, Tal.
He looks. I don't know where we're going.
I'll man the front. You man the back, Flint. Just
Yeah.
make sure
yeah.
everyone's sticking together.
Off we go then. Go for a nice stroll in the morning sunlight.
Towards Carnage down in Newsaborough.
So, you head down the stairs all the way. I mean, it's a little bit of a distance over to Newsaborough. Walking through Newsaborough is, I mean, it's fairly, like, compared to most of Yveluna, fairly nice looking. It's not like amazing looking, but it's, you know, it's built up and livable for sure. But you go to the further edge over towards the bricks, where there is a gap between, an obvious gap between the bricks being its ruined self and Newsaborough being a much more built-up self. And there's a specific house that you have been pointed towards, and nearby a post that you've also been pointed towards that is the closest post with conspiracy members.
We'll go there and see what they know first.
To the post, yeah. It's fairly empty, actually. There's 2 people in there. There's a dwarf sitting in the corner doing a little bit of writing, and a human who is opens the door as you knock. Fairly average looking, fairly built up fighter wearing leather armor, bit of scruffy black hair. As you walk in, says, "Hello."
Morning.
Good morning.
You're the person that found the body, right?
We investigated it. The body was found by a resident.
Who was it found by?
The wife, unfortunately. Seems as though she, when he didn't come home, went walking to the pub to get him, and
Yeah.
yeah.
You have any additional information that I wouldn't have had for me?
The only information we have, Jameson Argyle, part of the Argyle family. He's 40-ish. No, he's not 40-ish. Sorry, was thinking of his father. Father lives with them. He was 20. Family, wife is 21. Children are young, 4 and 5.
All right. You have the address for me. I'll head over there.
Yes.
Unless there's still a scene. I'm assuming you guys didn't. Or I don't know.
We took as much information from the scene that we could, but it's a fairly major road. We can't keep it closed. It needed to be cleaned up.
Fair enough.
Did you
Find
ask
anything
any,
interesting?
I mean, the body was completely torn up. We have that in cold storage. Rather gruesomely, we had to keep it in the closest cold storage we can, which is the closest butcher's. Nothing other than a torn up body that we found, having looked around.
Was it? Was the body near any houses? Did you sort of knock on the doors and ask if they heard anything?
It was near houses, but no one seems to have heard anything. Very late at night, though.
Any damages around the area?
No.
Okay.
Well, let's go and have a look then, I suppose.
Yeah. I'll take a brief look at the road and we'll check out the body.
If you
We'll
go
talk
to
the family.
If you go to the road, it's a simple road, fairly wide. It was obviously used by a lot of people to walk up and down between various areas. Like, it's just, there's nothing particularly interesting about it. It's just a cobbled road, basically. They Greg.
There was a fly.
It's a fly. Yeah, it's the dead body. It's been fairly well cleaned up. You know, I mean, it isn't exactly the cleanest area in the world, but there doesn't seem to be much blood left over. You know, people have definitely gone to town making sure that kids aren't going to be traumatized in the morning.
Looking for gray fur.
I know you are. I'm getting to the... If you
In
want
particular.
to search it in more...
Yeah.
Do a quick
Explicit.
investigate. I'm going to investigate, even though it's pointless. Because we have
What? Why is it pointless?
Because we have the ace investigators, and I got 9. You
Can't. It's a natural 20. It won't
I
go
can't
down that
see.
far.
So you got a 31.
Yeah.
I got 9.
So, seriously though, Flint, you don't see much out of place. It's been very well cleaned up, and you don't know the town particularly well. It's dirty. You see scratch marks across, buildings, but then you're not sure if those are just scratch marks from a carriage being badly driven and unable to, afford to grind that out, or if it's just you can't see much information. Etch, however, discovers absolutely everything to do with it and solves the entire.
And
I
two
see
of
the
the
trash. That's the killer man.
You don't.
Go
Yeah,
right over there.
you don't see any fur, but what you do see, so the ground is a mixture of like cobblestone and mud. And as you're looking around, you see in some of the stones a very unique scratching. It's not like a carriage has gone over it. It's not like, something heavy's hit it. It specifically looks like something very sharp has torn through the rock, like scratched away at it in a couple places. And with your 30 bloody 1, you can notice it's like 4 claw marks, kind of like some kind of, bear or wolf or something that would leave 4 claws as it dug in and pushed forwards and scratched through. You find a couple of those in places. Like, it's not followable tracks, but they're obviously related.
I'm assuming they're fairly big footprints, so not as if it were.
Well, again, there's no
normal
footprint. It's
beast.
but the spacing between
Yeah.
it brings you to think that it's probably like the size of your hand wide.
Yeah.
Ish. Like it is big. Yes.
Alright.
What's Tal doing all this time?
Tal has just been following. He isn't particularly interacting with things. He's kind of just... He seems to actually be more watching you two and how you're interacting with things. And like after Flint has like touched something, he'll be watching it and then go over and sort of not do the same thing, but sort of why were you looking at this? Sort of what is why would I be looking at this kind of a thing. It's a very, like I said before, kind of like a toddler's way of discovering things, but with an adult mind.
Yeah. I'm gonna call him over to show him.
Yeah, he comes over and says, what are we looking at?
So, in the last situation we had here, we found...
I'm assuming, by the way, you also bring Flint over. You just leave
Yeah.
him.
I'm assuming he followed me over when...
Flint's just, I found a twig.
A door.
A door!
There seems to be some sort of animal. Sorry, carry on.
In the last time the last killing, we found some fur, making us assume that it was a beast that killed the person.
So
And then here, if you look there, if you look really closely, you can see claw marks again. So it's likely the same killer, likely a beast.
Ooh, yeah.
This is the kind of work that we would do before. We'd investigate situations like this and try to help the city where we can.
Why?
You had a particularly keen mind for it. The city needs help. It's damaged, and there wasn't many others around to do it when we started. Nowadays, there's a lot of people, luckily.
So, we help people because
it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, because people need help.
Why is it the right thing to do? Surely this puts our lives more in danger.
We can do.
Yeah, it can, but we tend to be more capable than most of the people in the city. It's worth putting those efforts
Was I capable?
somewhere. You were very capable. You had a particularly keen mind for situations like this. You were our tactician.
What would I do?
You had a very clear, logical mind for working through our problems. If we encountered a big problem, you would be steps ahead farther than any of us were.
He looks down at the claws and says, "So, we know that this was an attack in the direction of the pub."
I guess we do, yeah.
Well,
it's working now.
Claws. Because there are a few of them patched around. It says they are dug in, but only a few, implying that at certain points a beast was more aggressive. Yes?
As if it was pouncing on its target.
Yes. But it's on, he points this side of the jutting stones, therefore pushing in this direction, pointing down the road towards where the pub is. So, our man was coming home from the pub.
Exactly. See, something's still lingering there.
Very clever.
Now,
Very clever. Well done.
yeah, we're gonna go check out the body now, see if there's any more information to be gleaned there.
Yeah, you were directed to, like, it's just a small butcher. It's not even like the size of a house. It's just like the bottom part of a house, which just has a tiny room, which then has a person in there with a desk, some knives, and then in the back is just like a freezer chest.
And they're pinching their nose the whole time because I'm sure if it's that small.
Yeah, exactly. And as you walk in, he's like, "Probably hear about the body."
Yep.
That's
He
right.
walks over to the bottom and he says, "Not gracefully put in here," but opens up the freezer chest and it's just a body kind of like in parts also, you know. Sorry.
That's fine. It's fine. We'll
As
take a
soon as
look
we
through
find the
it.
corner pieces, we can put it back together. No problem.
Yeah.
All I can tell you on this is, it's not a sharp blade.
No, it's not. Thanks.
Poor man. Had children, very young. But he was a good
Did you
father.
know him yourself?
He came to the butcher's, but, you know, as much as you know a customer.
What did he do? Do you know? Where did he work?
Not sure. He came in and bought a lot of meat, so he seemed to have the money.
All right.
Interesting. Thank you. When was the last time you saw him? Yesterday?
Just now.
Well,
Well, yeah. I mean, when he was more in one piece, you know what I mean?
A few days ago. Couldn't tell you.
And he was
I don't
all right
keep
then as far as you
records
know?
of my sales.
Nah, that's fine. He was all right though, as far as you could tell.
Seemed fine.
Yeah, okay.
Nothing strange.
Okay.
I'll check the parts of the body.
Yeah, you put on a couple of
Particularly-
gloves, and
Yeah.
you pick up the pieces, and it looks very
Wait,
similar to the
excuse me.
previous body.
I'm looking at the hands as well to see if there's anything under the nails.
No, I mean it's very difficult to tell, but from what's left, you can see the hands and nails they seem very soft,
Okay.
not like
So-
calloused and worked.
Yeah.
Not a manual worker then. Carl? Any thoughts?
Tal looks at the body and just says, "Nothing from me." But we don't know his life. We need to know who disliked him.
Yeah. We need to speak to the family.
Yep,
Alright.
that sounds like a good idea. Well, thank
Uh,
you.
Thanks. What's your name? Butcher?
Grunson.
Grunson. All right.
Grunson.
We'll send somebody by to dispose of this. We've gotten everything we can from it.
Okay.
Bye.
Tipos is out.
Tom follows. He's like,
Yeah, Tal just walks out. He watches you just walk out without a response and just does the same, just walks out.
Oh no, he's learning.
Well, bye there, Mr. Grunson. Thanks for the help.
No worries.
I'll follow on behind Tom.
To the families.
Tal says, where now?
I have to speak to the family, see what they knew.
Okay.
Let Flynn take the charge on this one. I think he'd be better than the both of us.
Okay.
Speaking to the family about this.
Why is he better than us?
Well,
Actually, my charisma is terrible.
I think mine's not. Well, my nuance isn't great. Well, you still have few inhibitions, and this requires sensitivity.
Okay.
You were never great at that. Neither of us were great at that. We're very straight to the point.
Okay.
Oh, right, yeah. Then let's go and see what they can tell us.
Yeah.
You walk on your way around to the house. I mean, there isn't much variation in the sizes of houses, but this house looks like it's been more well kept. It looks nice. You know, like it's a bit more taken care of than some of the others around Newsborough. I mean, Newsborough, they look nicer than the rest of the place, but it's just a little bit. It's not bigger, it's not better, it's just a little more better. A little better taken care of, you know? Knock on the door. A woman opens the door, looking absolutely like ragged, tired, very young. You know, you had been told she's only 21, just absolutely exhausted, hair's a little bit frizzled. Hello?
Oh, hello there. You Mrs. Jameson?
Mrs. Argyle.
Yes.
You're here about my husband.
I'm afraid so. Yes. Terrible deal what happened. I'm so sorry.
Yes. How
we
can
come
I
in and
help?
Can we come in and have a little chat? We're trying to find out what happened.
Sure. It's very, just sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Resigned. Just walks inside, gestures you in, takes you through to, again, the furniture inside it's just that little bit nicer than you would expect usually. Just takes you through to a nice little lounge area with some sofas and a little coffee table. And sits down.
Can I make you a cup of tea? Then we can have a little chat.
I'm okay, thank you.
What are they? So, we understand that poor Mr. Argyle was attacked on the way home from the pub last night.
Yes.
Do you have any idea what might have happened?
No idea. I don't know who would do something like this so violently, and I don't know.
Does he have any sort of I don't know, enemies or anybody who might wish him harm of any kind? You don't know?
I don't know anybody that dislikes him. He was so lovely.
What was his line of business then?
Money. I think he called it accountancy. He helped everybody in the area to take care of their money and make sure that they have enough to live. And they paid him, a small amount to make sure that they stayed financially stable.
Oh, I see. That's very good of him. Do you know if he did that sort of stuff for any of the big families?
I don't know who we did it for, I'm afraid. It was his business. I don't think so. He seemed to mostly just help people in Newsborough.
I see. He didn't have any sort of journals or records or anything, did he?
Possibly. I haven't been in his study since last night. I barely ever go in there anyway. But you're welcome to.
That's very kind. I suppose, Etch, you're quite good at that sort of thing. Do you want to have a little look and see if there's anything in there that might help us?
Sure, I'll take a look. But one thing first. Do you know the pub he was coming home from?
The one he usually goes to is Dugneck Stream. It's far, but his friends are there.
Do you know what his friends' names are?
I couldn't tell you, I'm afraid. I think there's a Paul. There maybe lives the other end of Newsborough, but I don't know much. I mostly look after the children.
Oh, fair enough. What was the pub name again? Do what?
Dugneck Stream. Yeah, it's Elsie's pub.
Okay.
All right, I'll go take a look in the study.
She walks over to a little box on the fireplace, just pulls out a key and hands it to you. It's locked, so the children don't go in.
Thank you.
Upstairs, third on the left.
Have you got someone to look after you while you're...
I'm dealing with things. The children, as you can see, aren't here. They're with my sister.
Oh,
She lives close by, but it's stable, and I haven't told them yet.
No, it's difficult. Well, as long as you've got some family to look after you, that's the main thing.
Yes, I'm sorting things. His business needs to go somewhere, and I'm getting there. It's very difficult.
I'm sure it is, yes. I'll sit with her for a while Edge goes and look in there.
We can continue a conversation there, but if you go upstairs,
Just a general conversation.
fairly nice. You know, up some stairs, there's a corridor, some rooms on the left, rooms on the right. But as she says, third on the left is a locked door. It's not an insane lock. It's just a standard, small keyhole lock that you just pop in, crack it open, and in you go. Small enough office. There's a desk attached into the wall on the right-hand side. There's plenty of shelving with all sorts of paperwork around. Very neatly organized.
Anything immediately stand out?
No.
All right. Anything on the desk itself?
Give me an investigation. Then you can ask these questions.
27.
Yes.
That's why I'm downstairs.
On the desk are exactly 14 million specks of dust. And alongside...
Oh, proficiency is great, isn't it?
It's very neat, very well done. There's books and papers that all seem to be ledgers of just different households and money exchanges and all this. As you look through, it all just seems very standard, just notes on, this family has this much money, have advised, this is how they split up their outgoings, this is their income, they've decided, we've agreed that they will pay me this much per week until necessary. It's all very similar, just different families, and every now and again, of course, this person's now getting more money, so advise this person's now getting less money, advise this. Not a lot of, it's very in-depth and obviously very good advice, but nothing astounding.
Okay. I'm assuming I'm not going to gather much more from in here, but I'll have Tal say, can you find anything?
Tal looks around.
One thing that stood out said Dugnunk's dream. That could be a connection. So if you see anything with that, keep an eye out.
Okay. He takes a little look around and says, I don't know. Hang on, I will. I don't know much. The only thing I can glean from here is there's almost 60% of the names of the people and occupations and monetary goings of the people in New Zabra. If somebody wanted information on people, it would be a good start.
Yeah.
But this wasn't broken into.
No, of course not. I don't think a beast is really going to be asking questions.
We are assuming that the beast is the one with the intention and not being set on the targets.
No, it could be set on as well, but if they wanted to have questions answered, I don't think they'd do it in the middle of the street. Everybody's coming up from the pub.
I don't think questions are in place. I think it's intentional death, but very, apart from the mess made from the killing itself, very clean. No other damages. No one else has been hurt. No one else even knew it happened until it was found.
All right.
It seems like a target.
Someone wanted to get rid of him.
Meanwhile, back downstairs.
Excuse me, you're not allowed to meanwhile me. I'm the DM. Meanwhile, downstairs.
I've forgotten his name. I was going to ask about...
Whose name?
Well, I can't remember him writing. Aiden
Oh, Aiden.
Aiden Rogers Longwin.
Longwin. Yep.
Aiden
Can't read
Longwin.
I can't read. So I say to her, do you or your husband know about called Aiden Longwin at all?
I don't think we knew Aiden Longwin, but the name Longwin does vaguely ring a bell.
Oh,
I
yes?
believe. I think Jameson's mentioned one of the Longwin children, an old friend maybe, but we've never met up.
No, that's interesting. That's interesting. Somebody would be sort of his sort of age, you mean? Somebody like a friend of his from school or something like that?
Well, you're obviously new to the area. We don't have schools, really.
Oh, I
We
see.
sort of have communities, but just growing up close, there's always groups of friends. Though his comments on the situation, as I remember, are less than positive.
Okay. So he wasn't too happy with the, what should we say, the distribution of wealth, as it were.
No, he says when they were younger he was a bit of a bully, but he's grown out of that, obviously.
Do you mean
Kids.
your husband was a bully or his friend was a bully?
Jameson.
Oh, that's interesting.
I mean, we're talking 7, 8 years old.
I see. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. That's food for thought.
But no one's had a problem with him in years.
15 years or so, I suppose. Okay.
Yes. I don't think he's had anything but positive reactions from anybody in anywhere in the last, well, as long as I've known him.
How long have you known him?
10 years.
Oh, okay.
We met a fairly long time ago. We got together about 3 years ago, married, after kids.
I see. All right. Well, sorry that this has happened. If you need anything, get in touch.
I will.
Are you back downstairs again yet, or are you still investigating?
Meanwhile, upstairs? No.
Yeah. Are you coming? Would you be coming down, or maybe taking a peek at the rest of the house? I know what it's just like.
Yeah. Just one question. In the whole list of names that I went through, I don't know how much I went through it. I probably didn't give it too much.
You probably wouldn't have had much of a chance.
Did I see the Longwind name at all?
I mean, you wouldn't. There isn't a list of names as like these are all my clients. It's more lots of books that have sections each dedicated to different families. But it is very alphabetical. So if you wanted to specifically look for the Longwinds, you could. But I will say, currently, you don't know that they have any. I'll make your judgment on whether or not he would actually.
It's an assumption of connection between people and the connection in the Dugnong stream.
You do your best alphabetically to find where the name Longwind would be in there, and you do not find it.
Okay. And yes, you do know Ed, she's not just going to go back downstairs after the office. He's going to probably look for the bedroom for a private journal.
There's 5 more rooms. As I said, as you went up the stairs, it was the third on the left. The other 2 from there are just 2 small evidently kids' rooms. Small beds, little desks, nothing else much in there apart from just, obviously a child's bedroom. The 2 other rooms, there's one which is a bigger bedroom, nice big double bed, big chest of drawers, all this kind of stuff that you need. And then just an extra room that seems to be vaguely empty. There's a sofa in there. Seems to be like an old sofa. There's like
a reading room
a
or
couple
something?
boxes of stuff. No, it's more just like an extra.
Storage.
Yeah, storage. Other stuff kind of room.
Okay.
None of
Check
these
out
are locked or anything.
The master bedroom.
It's just a master bedroom. There's clothes.
Bedside tables or anything?
No, really. I mean, there's bedside tables, but they don't have drawers. The drawers have clothes in them. The cupboards have clothes in them.
Okay. I guess I'll take a peek through the storage.
In the box in the storage, there's old kids' toys, old kids' books, There's a box for like spare empty notepads or like books, ledger books and stuff. Seems to be they're just in case needed kind of things. But there's nothing like especially to point out. It's all just the kind of stuff you'd expect. It's like I don't know what to do with it.
Yeah. All right. Well, any ideas, Tal?
Tal says, nothing comes to my mind, but I don't know the area. This seems like a nicer house than the rest, but I haven't seen the inside of the rest.
Yeah.
I would assume the money comes from helping so many people.
Yeah, it'd have to. He could have been a loan shark, but...
We could ask someone in the books. Someone he has helped.
Fair enough. I'll grab the one that looks most recent.
Yeah.
Or most used, most recent. Take that down.
As you come down the stairs, they're just still chatting.
How's everything going down here?
All right, thank you. I think all right. We've had a little bit of a chat. Turns out Mr. Argyle had a friend in the Longwin family, apparently.
Oh, who's that?
Don't think you knew the name, did you? Mrs. Argyle?
No, one of the children. About the same age, I would assume.
Man, woman, do you know?
No.
Right. We'll ask at the pub. Maybe they'll know.
Yeah, I think that's pretty sounds like a good idea.
Miss Argyle, do you mind if I hold on to this ledger?
I don't think that's my decision. It's more the decision of whoever's money notes is in there.
Alright, I'll just take a few names from it. Let's take like the ones that are handling the most money or being.
Having looked through, they're all like small amounts of money. There's no one, like all of the addresses which are also on there are within Nusabra. There's no like bigger outside there. So the most money is like a few gold more than the next one down. It's not like, they're also dealing with the Benizis at 4 billion gold per month,
I'll just take a few names from it then.
Sure.
Take 5 names. I'll leave this with you just in case then.
Okay. Do you want 5 names?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I have these prepared. Don't worry about it.
You don't have to prepare them now. I wrote down 5 names from the ledger.
Okay.
So you can make them up on the spot. I don't mind.
I Oh, there we go. Oh, Jesus Christ, what are these names? I'll make them up on the spot. So.
Oh. All right. Well, I guess we should head to the pub or to these people. I mean, we could at least stop by one of their places, see if we can get any information from them. It's on the way, so.
I believe that's directed at Flynn.
Yes. No, just talking to Tal, because if we need to talk to a wall, we can just use Tal.
Yeah, Tal just looks at you and says, okay.
Yeah.
And walks out.
Yep. He's learning. I'm so proud.
No, she sees you to the door and says, if you do find out who or why, please do tell me.
Of course. I'll let you know.
I have to know.
Of course. And if you do need anything, just let us know.
I will.
So I've got the 5 names now. Bill Brewer, Jan Stewart, Peter Gurney, Peter Davey, and Daniel Wood.
And whose are those names?
Yeah, whose are those names?
Harry Hawk, old Uncle Tom Copley, and old Uncle Tom Copley.
It's obviously not helping. Whatever, he's gone insane.
This is
Do you
Flynn.
know Tom Pierce, lend me your grey man? That one.
I do.
Bro, James
No.
Joe, Peter Gurney, Peter Davy, Darren Woodman, Harry Hawk, and John Thunk. Dear, oh dear. What's this?
So I'll need one name randomly generated
Pantella.
from Pantella.
Pantella,
Pantella.
and Seagar.
Check with the closest post again, see if they know where.
Oh, you
I
go
mean,
back
if
to the same
when you-
post.
address.
Well, I was going to say, were the addresses not in
Yeah, the addresses were on them.
Oh, then we can use that then.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Use the address. It's probably about midday now. Use the address. Go to a fairly small house, about half the size of some of the other ones.
Mhm.
Knock on the door. There's a bit of a walks up to the door. Open up. There's just a very. It's probably like late 70s looking, wrinkly face, sort of missing a bit of hair. Grumpy over face. Walks. Opens the door. Hello.
Afternoon, sir. You know, Mr. Argyle?
Yes, he does the money. Lord knows. If
Sir,
it wasn't for him, I'd have no idea.
So he just helps you with your money. Is
Mm-hmm.
under no duress or anything like that, right?
No? Why?
He was found killed last night. Yeah.
Such a shame.
Sort of. I'm trying to figure out what happened to him.
You ask questions. Welcome to. I live alone. He does my money.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a beat on the kind of person he was. From everything we could tell, he seems honest,
Kind, gentle, good with money. Never seemed to take any off the top.
That's good, that's good.
The way we worked was he would come around once a month. I would tell him how much I have. I don't work anymore. It's what's the word? He had a word for it. Began with a P, like a pencil. No, pension. Yes. I have a pension. Comes in. I store it all, and then he told me the best way to spend it. I have notes inside. Just points back. You can see like a load of like sticky kind of papers everywhere that says like this much goes to this much goes to this. I forget a lot, so it's easier this way.
That's fair enough. He sounds like a very kind gentleman.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
make sure I have enough.
That's plenty of information, sir. Thank you.
It's a shame. It's a shame.
It is. Yeah. Well, afternoon.
Close the door.
I see you.
Tull from behind says, I don't think anybody disliked him.
No.
I'm interested to know this. Oh, one thing, did you hear that the wife was saying that this Jameson was a bit of a bully when he was younger?
Yeah.
I mean, that was a long time ago, though. I can't imagine they held a grudge that long, surely.
I really doubt it.
If I am to butt in, it seems as though Maya still has a grudge against me, and you've said it's been 100 years.
That's a whole different thing.
Yes,
Maybe
I mean,
so, but it is proof that people can hold on to grudges.
well, it's true. Childish way. I mean, it's possible, I suppose, if somebody suddenly came to
A
some kind of
child can
power.
only do so much damage.
Well, I don't know. You can get some funny ideas when you're a child, can't you?
Oh. Anyways, what was she saying? Was there any other lead aside from he may have been quite a bully?
No, not really. She said he used to be a bully at school, but he had been okay for the last 10 years at least. He'd been well liked.
School?
I'm sorry, when he was growing up, anyway. But this friend from the I've got the name again, Longwin family.
Oh, the same friend.
Yes, I wonder if.
Childhood friend.
I mean, that's the connection, isn't it? The Longwins seem to be the connection.
Yeah, that seems to be the only lead we have. So off we go to the dream, I suppose.
Did she also mention that one of his friends from the pub was called Paul? She thought.
Yeah, I have that here.
Is it a Paul Longwin, possibly? I don't know. Well, let's go and ask, shall we? See what we can find out. Should we go to the Longwin's house, do you think, or should we go to the pub?
Let's go to the pub. You may.
Good idea.
Okay.
It's lunchtime.
Yeah. Also.
Take the long walk down to the pub, and as you get there, it is very, very busy. Now I have to go to, let's do some music that it reflects very busy. Ah, there it is.
You see this,
very
but I
busy.
can't hear it.
Yes, I know. It's very busy. As you would expect, there's servers popping around, people eating food, lots and lots of people in there. You could see Aunt Betsy, as you know, flying around, serving people.
Aunt Betsy was. I thought Aunt Betsy was with Elsie's mum at the moment because of the slight incident that yesterday.
There's a Simon.
Oh,
Hello.
Simon!
in a very different place, feeling not
Yeah.
Yes,
especially
you're in a
Same.
yellow place apparently.
yellow place.
That's what it looks like to me. Hang on, let me just there we go. Now I can see you. Hello, Simon.
Hello.
I'm going to
Oh,
retcon
sorry
because
about
in my thinkings of everything going on, I'm going to have to change as you walk up to Doug next stream. Simon, I appreciate you are a little out of the loop. All Unit would really know for now is you've woken up and told by Maya that there's been another attack similar to what there was before, if you remember, and that Etch,
Yes.
Tal, and Flint have gone to investigate.
Okay.
So I'll make sure that it comes back to you. But as you do approach Doug next stream, it is not very busy. It is in fact shut, because I remember that's what it was.
Yes.
I do apologize for my forgetfulness there. There's a lot going on in this world.
I mean, clearly, we all forgot as well until we got here, and it's like, oh right.
Oh yeah, the body, the bits. I remember now.
Oh yeah, the body bits. Not. Oh yeah, my brother-in-law has been ripped to shreds.
They're not
The
my
body
body. No, it's not
bits.
my brother-in-law.
Forgot a
That's a bit of
killing.
a white bane attitude. It's not my body.
It's not my body.
No, sorry, Alex.
We get there, it's shut down. It's like, right.
Oh,
How?
yes. So let's go and talk to the family at their room.
Well, as you get there and it's shut, Tal says, "So if this is shut,
Where is he going?
where was he last night?"
This is shut. Then who was phone? The phone
And there we
was
were
from
having really
inside
serious
the
conversation. Now
house.
Simon's here. Oh, it's all gone to shit now.
I've got a bounty.
Oh, I'm
Apparently
hungry.
someone else had a bounty.
Bounty on his head, you see. Got stripped to shreds. To shreds, you say?
The shreds, you say? God, Simon, you arrived and it's already just completely gone to shit. Anyway.
That's why you like me.
Anyway, have
Yes.
we bumped into Unit yet, or is he still?
Oh, he'd be up in the tower. We'll get to that.
Oh, there we go. That's, oh.
You can't see my bald spot as much.
That's why I wear this thing.
No, it's under my head.
What are we talking about? Oh yes, right. Yes,
Yeah.
that's a good point.
Let's see.
Where was he last? Well, let's go and. The only lead we have at the moment is this Longwind connection. So let's go to the Longwind's house so we can find out.
Yeah. Logical course of action.
And might
So
find out
you-
if Kelsey's turned up as well.
Wander over to the Longwin residence and knock on the door. As usual, the mother opens it like, "Oh, hello again, so soon."
Hello, lovely to see you again. How is everybody? Are you coping all right?
Dealing as we do.
Yes, yes.
I'm struggling to remember. Do you have a child named Paul?
No Pauls.
Okay.
Oh, I see. There's been another bit of an incident in a different part of the city. Chap's been attacked again, I'm afraid.
Who would? Oh, no. Is it anyone we know?
Jake.
At this point, Aunt Betsy walks through, just like, what's going on here? And,
Well, I'm afraid there's another attack happened in the city.
oh no, awful. Laura, I will deal with this. She like, guides Laura away. It's like, you don't need to be dealing with this right now. You need to
No.
step away. And
I think
took
that's a
away,
good
and then
idea.
she comes to the door and says, right, so...
Do you know a chap called Jameson Argyle?
Jameson Argyle. The name rings a bell.
He sort of does.
Apparently, he's a regular at the Dream.
Plenty of regulars.
Well, that's fair.
He was also apparently his wife was saying he's a friend of what are the children here? Well, not children now. He's in his 20s, I imagine.
2021.
She like rubs her forehead and she's like, oh, vague memories. Yes, Argyle. No, Jameson. Now, I possibly called Jamie when he was younger. Jamie? That rings more of a bell. I mean, not a particular. If it's the person I'm thinking of, not a particular friend. Spent time with Elsie, would be.
Oh,
At least they were in the same educational circle.
Not schooling.
I was going to say it. Elsie has an education.
Well, as we discover, Yveluna doesn't have schools. It's just
I mean, they have like community.
exactly.
coalition.
Educational circles.
Yeah, they're not organized schooling.
Oh, I see. So So did they get on okay then when they were children, as far as you know?
I don't remember much. I remember that. I vaguely remember that she wasn't a fan. He used to push her, pull her hair, all the standard young children, they do. Does
Elsie have particularly long fingernails at all? I was just asking.
She's gonna. Is he actually asking that?
No, not really.
Okay.
What sort of this? Another attack? Was this an attack on Jameson?
I'm afraid so. Yes, very similar to
shame.
what happened to the poor old guy whose name I've forgotten.
I mean,
Aiden.
I haven't heard of. Yes, poor Aiden. I haven't heard of anything to do with Jameson in a long time. Yes, he may be a regular. I couldn't tell you what he looks like or looked like.
Do you know? It's probably a bit of a random question. Do you have any regulars called Paul at all? You know?
Again, many regulars. It's a very busy inn.
Interesting though. Any news on Elsie, by the way? We're quite interested to know where she is.
No, and I wouldn't bring up the name too loudly. Laura's very, very worried. With Aiden having been attacked, she's worried that the same is going to happen to Elsie.
I don't think you have to worry about that. Do you know anybody else that may have given Elsie a hard time as a kid or now?
I'm trying to think of anyone who's in that group.
Were they all like that to her?
Well, as far as I remember, you're asking for a 15 years ago to a 72-year-old woman. There was a group of them around the same age. They learnt the same things at the same time, and yes, I think she was smaller than the rest. I mean, I think she was bullied a bit. As far as I remember, Jamie was the main. I hesitate to use the phrase ringleader. They're kids. Maybe there was a few boys that like to, bully her, but bully is a strong word. Bring her to tears, I'm sure, but not too difficult for a 7-year-old being pushed in the mud.
Yeah.
Do you remember any of the other children's names at all?
I wouldn't like to give you names because I don't believe they'd be accurate.
Oh, I see. Did she have any particularly close friends at all?
Elsie? Mostly close with the family, to be honest.
Okay. I was just wondering if there's anybody who would be very protective of her.
The only people that would have been protective would be Oggy, but he hasn't been around for years. Another sore spot. Ralph, I guess, could be, but he... I don't know if he's ever... I would call him protective. The most protective would be Tommy, but he's 5.
Tommy, Oggy, and what's the name? Freddy?
Ralph.
Oi, oi, oi.
Ralph.
Ralph is a little older. 23.
I swear to God, if this turns out to be like a 5-year-old werewolf mutant killer, like,
Of course.
ruin you.
Who's Oggy?
The eldest son left a few years ago.
Where'd he go?
Went adventuring.
Oh, I'm sure he's fine wherever he is.
All right, well, I think that's all we need.
For the moment, I think he is. Yes. Well, we'll leave you in peace. Look after the family.
I'm doing my best.
See you very soon.
Yes. Okay.
Well, Tal, you got any thoughts?
I think we have information that it would be worth going back to the group.
Yeah.
There's a slight fumbling noise. What's that?
Sorry, I'm just aware that because it's complicated PC stuff. Well, not even complicated PC stuff. It's very basic PC stuff. But now I only have one functioning USB port, which means I can not have my earphones plugged in and the cooling mat for my laptop plugged in at the same time. And I'm not on a desk, I'm on a bed, which means I'm having to rest my laptop on my legs, like between my legs, so that there's enough airflow on the fan, so that it doesn't sound like it's currently in orbit. Yeah, so that's the situation I'm currently.
Oh dear.
I can't wait to hear how this sounds on the podcast.
Better than usual, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
It's the same microphone. Do I not sound? Have I not got the whoosh of an air tunnel in the background?
Oh no, you've got the whoosh.
A little bit, but not as bad as usual.
Yeah, we haven't got this sort of.
We'll wait until the end of the session. Anyway, so.
Where were we? Yes. Well, head back to the town.
As we're walking down the street, I just look at Flint and I'm like, you get what's happening here, right?
Looks to me like somebody's taken out anybody they think he's been unpleasant to Elsie.
And only one person is missing.
I thought about that. But I can't see her telling it to her mum. Seems unlikely, but it is possible. When she's magic, and sometimes the magic doesn't do quite what she expected.
I mean, it would make sense why she ran away if she started to transform.
Well, yeah, but she could just as easily have summoned something she didn't intend to.
Yeah. But I'd like to think that she'd look for our help to stop that. If she had the choice.
But why would she suddenly start transforming? How long have you known her for?
I don't know. But we've...
2 weeks.
Yeah.
It's been a month or two, maybe.
Known her, I've seen her at the pub, but aside from that, 2 weeks. Didn't have to talk to her. Maybe she knows how...
I wonder if somebody who transforms could recognize that same symptom in somebody else.
Exactly.
If only there was someone in your party that you could ask about that.
Well, it was crossing my mind, yeah.
You're saying this as you walk back up to the tower, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And as you wander in, not much going on. There's a Jackson eating food. There's a Divley also eating food. There's a Velka spinning a knife around. There's a Maya doing paperwork. And I'm sure there's a unit sitting, not doing much at all, to be honest.
Still sitting, looking straight ahead.
There's that, and then there's Jackson eating food, just like crumbs falling down his chin as he's just staring at Unit from like an angle, a little bit distance, like,
As soon as I walk in, I go, Velka!
The knife just flies in the air. There's this slow motion moment as it sticks in the table.
No. Jackson is like, huh? Like looking at Unit, and the knife just.
Yeah. And Unit's just like, huh? What?
Side room now.
Oh, okay.
Nope. Just her and I.
Tal just stands there. Tal comes over, sits next to Unit, and you both just sort of stare into space together.
I'm going to go over to Unit as well. Morning, Unit. How are you?
I'm well, but this has been another uneventful morning.
I know I hate to say it on the podcast, but I love how Simon speaks nice and loudly. Unit speaks nice and quiet, so it's difficult to pick up on the podcast.
Can you
I'll
speak
speak louder.
Sorry, I hate to like call you out like that, but it's just for the sake. Anyway.
Unit would be blowing a raspberry at you if Unit had a tongue. I don't know if Unit has a
one
tongue.
of these microphones, and then you can talk like that at
Yeah.
any time. It will be heard very well.
Oh yes, I'll just buy that
Unit
one.
vibrates
Yes,
his
money if I
chitin
burn from the
or
job.
mandibles. Oh, please, can
Just
we not
do
do
it.
this? Can we not go to this? Unit vibrates his mandibles.
At the MCGM.
Dare he? Well, actually, Unit, there's been a bit of an happening over in the southwest of the city. Someone's got
Tal says, another person has been torn to pieces.
Yes.
Seemingly
Very sad.
Elsie's old bully.
That's his old bully.
Elsie's old bully.
What
Yeah,
is
this
it?
chap, when they were
bullying?
children, when he was very unpleasant to her when they were children. Long time ago now, but
I see.
it looks like yes, somebody's stopped him being a bully anymore. Although apparently he's been quite a nice chap for the last few years. So.
Were there any similar signs?
Well, we found lots of little bits of body and scratch marks in the stones, so it looks like some kind of beast, a big one.
Did anybody see it?
No, unfortunately not.
Did they clear up the evidence scene again?
Afraid so. Yes, they put all the bits in a freezer. Actually, well, a chiller.
Strange that the city likes to clean up crime scenes before they are investigated.
Well, I don't know. I don't think they wanted to leave bits of body all over the street.
I don't see why not.
Tal's like, I don't see either. Anyway, in the side room, Velka comes in behind you like, what?
Just I think Elsie may be transforming, similar in a way to you do.
I mean, I guess I've told her to be more brave. Her personality might be changing a little, but I haven't seen her in a while.
It seems like she's murdering anybody she has a problem with.
Elsie. Murdering
I don't
people she has a problem with.
I think she. I don't think
I
she has
think
control.
maybe someone needs some more sleep and possibly to approach topics that are certainly on the mind right now and need to be thought about. You're insane.
The evidence all points in that way.
Yes, the evidence might seem to point that way in your brain, but let's just take it logically for a second. Etch, look me in the eyes and tell me with 100% certainty that you truly believe that Elsie is transforming into a huge beast and ripping people to shreds.
Seen crazier shit.
Yes, but Elsie... I would honestly accept and be less mad with you if you came in here accusing me of going around tearing people to shreds.
How much has Elsie confided in you?
Some. I mean, recently we were having some more in-depth talks. I was telling her to be less of a, pushover. But, I mean, in terms of what?
Did she mention the people she hates, or wishes weren't around, or
I mean, it's no secret that she doesn't like her dad. Whatever. But other than that, she mostly just seemed to want to help out you guys for some reason.
all I'm saying that is the only tie between these two very specific and nearly identical murders is the Longwind family, and specifically Elsie.
Okay.
So either somebody is out there murdering for her, or she's the one dead.
Why you've got me in a side room? If there's a question you want to ask it.
Early on, when you first were able to transform, or when you realized you could,
Mm-hmm.
how well could you control it?
Fairly. I've never... I mean, I can control the transformation, always have been able to. And in that form, I have my own mind. I fear the day that I lose control, but it hasn't happened.
Anything in your parents' notes about other versions of this where there is no control, just urges?
Not really.
Anything?
I mean, people would call what I do lycanthropy, but it's not. It is very different.
Do you know much about traditional lycanthropy?
No. It's... I don't know even if... I guess, technically, I am... It is the same, but it's blood magic, you know.
Yeah. Well, I don't think there's any other leads aside from lycanthropy and Elsie. So we need to find Elsie.
Yes? So again, why am I in a side room with you?
The others don't know yet. Assumed you wouldn't want to just blurt it out.
I'm just making sure you don't think I'm to blame here.
No, of course not. I figured we have enough rapport that you'd tell me if you were out murdering people. And it'd be for a good reason.
Fair. I'm glad you have trust in me. I
Have
think
to.
now is a very good time to keep my secret a secret.
Yeah? Yeah.
Listen, I've never got any signs of transformation off Elsie, but I will say to you I have no idea what I would be looking for.
It also could have happened in the last fight somehow. Her magic seems unstable at best.
Don't ask me about
Who knows what
magic.
I can
You
do?
know what I know about magic.
Nothing. Yeah.
Well, I know blood magic.
Blood magic, but that's different. Not like this kind of magic, you know. Oh, I don't know where to go from here, honestly. We need to find Elsie. That's the only next step. We
Sure.
can patrol more at night.
I will also say there is time here and a space for you to start confronting things you're avoiding. I know
No.
I'm young.
Too big. Too many problems.
I will force you to confront this. You know that.
I'll confront it at some point. I mean,
Yeah, and
apparently
that some point will be right now.
it will not be right now. I'm going back into the other room. I haven't had lunch. I'm gonna eat.
Okay. They both step through. You guys are still having a little conversation about, death, I guess.
Why don't they just keep the blood in the streets?
No, there's a little conversation where, obviously Unit is sitting next to Tal, and Tal is saying... He brings the conversation and says, so... What are you?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm learning to understand that I am not what might be considered normal, but I think you are further off the scale that may exist.
I'm perfectly normal.
Perhaps where you come from.
There are many others like me.
So what are you? What are you?
That is a strange question to ask.
Perhaps.
I'm known as a formicid by others who are not like me, but
Okay.
my people do not have a particular name for ourselves.
Everyone
In
else.
fact, we don't really do names, hence the name Unit.
What is your name?
Unit?
Is your full name Unit?
No, my name is Unit 47583.
Unit
But people find that
47583.
strange and difficult to remember for some reason.
Why?
I do not know, but I humor them.
Odd.
Very odd.
Everyone else seems to have a grasp on emotions and avoid saying certain things or asking certain things, but you don't seem to have this same block. Why?
It is not needed where I am from. We don't really have emotions. And so
Etch said that it was best that I don't talk to the wife of the newly dead, and that it would be better if Flint did the talking because he's better at these things. I still don't quite understand why.
yes, these people have a strange attitude towards the deceased.
And emotion.
My people view the death is a fertilization of new birth, new life in the colony. And when you are when you die, you are buried in the fermentation grounds, and you become sustenance for the new generations. So it is
Interesting.
simply normal.
Very different to what I have.
These people have a strange attachment to their deceased,
Yes.
and so I tend to leave it to them so that I do not upset them.
Yes.
I recommend you do the same.
He turns to Flint, sitting next to him. So why do you care so much when people die?
What a very good question. I suppose it's fear of the unknown, because you don't quite know, have they gone somewhere else, have they just gone? It's loss. Somebody you know and love isn't there anymore to talk to be with. So we like to sort of, I suppose, hang on to the memory. Show respect to the person that we knew by taking care of the body after they've gone, I suppose.
So then why does it feel so strongly that Maya wishes me dead?
Well, the other side of that particular coin, of course, is if you don't respect somebody, or if you perhaps have some animosity towards them, then some people can think they wish they weren't around anymore, and perhaps wish they were gone.
It just seems so strange to me that people would try to prevent death so strongly, yet also wish it so readily.
Right, all to do with how you see the other person, I suppose. I mean, I personally don't. I would like to kill anything if I can possibly avoid it. Everything's got its place. Everyone has someone that likes them.
Do you have people that like you?
Well, yes, I have friends back where I come from.
Where do you come from?
Lost as well. Oh, I come from a place quite a long way away from here, actually.
So why are you not there, if you have friends there?
Well, had a bit of an event went on that caused it to be a bit difficult to be around there. You know, you were saying about some people wanted to kill you and so on. There were one or two people like that around where I was. So I thought, rather than get into fights and that sort of thing, I'd just leave and go and see the world.
Why not fight back? If somebody is attempting to take your life, surely you should defend yourself and not run.
Yes, there's also somebody I'm quite interested in finding, having a chat with as well.
So you are searching.
Yes.
So
Searching, exploring.
So then
I
why
would
are
go
you
with
here? So then why are you here?
Because during the course of my search, I ended up meeting these chaps, and well, I built up a bit of a friendship with them, a bit of a respect for them, and I'm helping them out, and hopefully in return they'll be able to give me a hand later on.
Interesting.
And you never know, you may be the same. I don't really know you well enough yet.
I don't know myself well enough yet.
Well, exactly. So it's all about exploring what you're like and what I'm like, and deciding if you like them, if you want to be around, you want to help, that kind of thing.
Interesting. At about this point, this is where Etch and Velka would walk back in.
Hello, you two.
Yeah.
What were you talking about?
Sciencey blood magic things.
Velka sits down and says, asking me about werewolves.
Werewolves.
Yeah, lycanthropes.
Lycanthropes, I have heard of that. Yes.
Whatever the hell the name is.
Lycanthropes.
This is Velka.
A wolf theme park is Lycanthrope.
Welcome to Lycanthropeland.
Lycanthrope Park.
Lycanthrope Park, yeah.
It's a very
yes,
British
so
joke.
Yeah, Greg would not get that joke.
Nope.
Just laugh. Just giggle.
Ah!
Yes, so did you get anywhere with your chat?
No.
Why were you asking about werewolves?
Well,
And why were you asking Velka about werewolves?
she has found more information on that than I ever have when she was in the sunken sector.
Yeah, you
More
are
of a
more than
ritualistic.
aware.
Am I? I'm not.
Oh wait, no, I know you're not.
Aware of what?
Alex knows you're not. Velka is asking the question.
Was he there?
Aware
Was he
of
there?
what?
Was he there in the fight where she transformed? I can't remember.
Mm-mm.
This is Velka's mistake. Velka's like, yeah, the whole I turn into a wolf.
No.
I don't think he was there actually.
It's a funny
Got him.
joke. Got him. It's a joke unit. It's, jostling. Yeah.
The evidence seems to suggest that Elsie is the one doing this to these people that have been killed.
Yeah. Quick cut in here. Etch thinks Elsie's killing people. I'm pretty sure Etch needs to confront some recent disasters that are making his perspective a little warped.
Not now. I'm just looking at the evidence. If you guys
Why
got
do
some,
you think that?
please tell me. The
Well-
only thing connecting these two killings that are very specific, targeted, doesn't disturb anything else in the area, is Elsie. The one
How
we
did
found,
you know that the second? How did you know that the second killing was linked to Elsie?
we looked through many of their belongings. We searched through, we asked about their lives. The only connection we found was Dugnak's Stream and Elsie.
What was
But I
the
don't know.
connection?
He was a childhood bully of Elsie's.
I see.
But I don't. I'm not entirely. I'm not convinced. I mean, you're right that Elsie's definitely the connection, but it could be somebody else who's trying to protect her, or it could be magic gone wrong, or it could be something else. Maybe there's something that she has, or some potential.
Certainly, she did accidentally electrocute herself once.
That's true, yeah.
Perhaps
I don't know how far that goes, but I don't want to make any accusations, but that's where I'm at now. The only thing I know is we need to find Elsie.
Hi, Sarah.
Conversational flow.
Well, that's certainly true. We do need to find
Do
her.
we have any-
Either way.
Do we have any further leads?
No,
That's
really.
it. That's where it all ends.
I mean, is there any way we can find out anybody else who might have anything against her?
Against
Yeah.
Elsie, I don't know.
Or any way to find Elsie? Since that would rather...
Well, we've already tried to find Elsie and haven't had much luck. But I'm wondering, you see, if we could find somebody else who does something against her and get there first.
Yeah. I mean, we asked her aunt, and she seems to be the one she has the most connection with in the city. If she doesn't know, the only other person that knows is Elsie herself.
I see.
Tal says, unless the woman we spoke to would lie for her family's sake.
Well,
Who was it that you spoke to?
God, why am I struggling to remember her name?
Aunt
Betsy,
Aunt Betsy.
Aunt Betsy.
the nice pie woman from the pub.
She seemed fond
Et, you
of
said yourself that we
Betsy.
are investigators of crimes to help. If there is something going on, we would have to detain or deal with a problem. Yes?
Yes, I see where you're going with this.
We're
So,
not going no
From what
further.
I understand about my conversation with Unit and Flint about people protecting and caring for each other, if they did know something, they would hide it.
Yes, what you're saying is if it's somebody else in their family who's doing it, they'd be worried that that person might get in trouble, so they'd protect them. So they might have an idea who it is. I mean, we could put a watch
Does
on the
Aunt
outside.
Betsy have a husband herself?
He died a while ago, I believe.
This Aunt Betsy that we speak of as well did mention another elder brother who hasn't been around.
That's very true. This Oggy person.
We wouldn't be able to find him in time, though.
Well, unless he's coming here, of course.
Unless he is the one who is killing.
There's too loose of connection.
Well, we could.
Possible,
For a-
of course.
We are
Good point.
currently working off a very limited amount of information. Any conclusions that we make are pretty tenuous.
We could watch the house and see if anybody comes back or leaves in the night. I mean, both attacks happen at night time.
I think it is important that we ask her family if there is anyone else, either who disliked Elsie or
No, we did. We asked him.
who had anything particularly against Elsie.
No, we asked him, and they said she said she didn't know anybody. Or rather,
Do we know anyone that Elsie knows other than her family? Any friends?
From all the conversations we had with her and from what Aunt Betsy told us, she worked and she cared for the kids.
Would it be inappropriate to ask the kids?
Very.
Tal says, why?
And yet, would it help solve? Perhaps.
Yeah, but I don't
As I
know.
understand it, human children are less likely to lie than their parents.
But how do we get past the parents?
And Tal says if this
You-
is the case, they are
They
our
do like
best
they,
option.
they do like to use me as the climbing frame, so perhaps you go and ask for something else, and I can ask them about Elsie. I will avoid the graphic questions if that makes you uncomfortable. Actually.
No, this whole situation makes me uncomfortable.
Tal says they are in a vulnerable state. Deception would work, seemingly.
I don't think Elsie would appreciate this line of
I have not met
questioning.
this Elsie.
I don't think Elsie would appreciate people being ripped to shreds either.
That's very, very. Well, what about that wouldn't work.
Tal says, I am still getting confused with our approach. You say we help people, yet you refuse to take on our best lead for emotional sake. If, Etch, you are too close to this, surely it is best if you don't investigate.
I mean,
Yeah.
you want to think, Edge. What happens if one of the people who was giving Elsie a hard time when she was young was one of her brothers? I wouldn't like to see. She wouldn't want to see one of her brothers killed, now would she?
No, she wouldn't.
We do not necessarily have any indication that the killer is a rational person to go after Elsie's father and then her childhood bully.
Yes, I mean, who knows?
Childhood bully seems like a trivial action.
So it could be anything, couldn't it? I mean, that's the problem.
For murder.
Whoever it is, we need to stop them before they kill somebody else.
Velka says, I mean, crimes of passion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Crimes of passion by whom?
Whoever's doing it seemingly is just attacking people that have hurt Elsie. I mean, regardless of reason, they are, as we said, random within the scope of Elsie's enemies.
Is it not fair to say that in certain kinds of ways we as a group have also hurt Elsie with regards to her plans, for example?
Yes. I don't know how you have dealt with Elsie. I have been stern with her, but I don't think...
Mostly we have ignored her. Or she has ignored us.
Again, this is going by an assumption that Elsie is the one attacking here.
No, not necessarily. It could be
Not
somebody.
at all.
These are
Not
both...
at all.
If... Let me put in a different opinion that makes just as much sense as Elsie being a killer. Her older brother has come back home with a different, plan or mindset. He would know of only people who used to, and maybe still are, mean to Elsie. Her father, her old bully.
Do we have any indication that the most recent victim had any recent contact with Elsie?
No. Nothing that we saw suggested that.
So it could easily be somebody. I mean, I would be interested to know what happened to her brother. But I don't quite know how we find out.
Tal says, well, another option, of course, is we wait. 2 targets is hard to glean any information on. 3, 4 targets would be easier.
Yes, but I didn't put rather not wait till somebody else gets torn to shreds, though.
The point of this activity is to prevent excess deaths. Or unnecessary deaths.
Would they
So,
class as
to wait.
unnecessary if they would help us to prevent more?
If there are other ways to gain information in the meantime that we are not pursuing.
So far, it doesn't seem as though we have any other way.
I have suggested one.
Yes. See, the problem is, if it is well, even if it's Elsie, she's not living in the house. So unless it's somebody they're actually protecting in the house itself, we have no idea where they are.
Do we have anyone in the conspiracy who is able to detect magic? A strong burst of magic or a signature or something?
I don't think so.
the magical ones in the conspiracy, or the most magical is Maya. And
Yeah, I
technically
don't-
Etch.
Where is Maya?
Or Jackson. Maya's still doing paperwork. Just, you can see her from where you are.
You can see a large, person-sized stack of paper. In the
There's just paperwork.
It's like when somebody in a cartoon like leaves in a cloud of smoke shaped like a person. It's the same, but it's just paper.
Papers.
No, I think Tal's too right. I'm too close to this. I'm gonna take a walk or something.
Actually, I do have something else to also talk about.
Okay.
It is perhaps best to be spoken about alone, or at least in more private circumstances.
Can we save it for later? Just need to walk it off or something.
Certainly.
I'll head out.
As you... Yeah, so you head out. I will do an Etch thing. I know you guys probably have other things to say. You head down the stairs, obviously in deep thought. As you get to the bottom of the stairs, there is a figure waiting. One you recognize. Small, human figure, male, who looks at you as you come out and says, hands you a letter,
Thank you.
and walks off.
One that you recognise, and you're not going to tell us who it was.
Huh?
You said it's a figure that you recognise, and then you just didn't tell us
So
who it
it's
was.
not a figure you recognize.
Oh, it's not.
Not a figure.
Open the letter.
It's simply an address and a time. Signed with the seal of the Benizis.
Oh, great.
It's
What's the address and time?
It just says this evening and points out just a park bench in our Park. Our
Oh, RE8.
R8 Park. Benizi.
Okay. Later again. I don't know.
It's not like it's later in the evening, like an 8 o'clock kind of time, so it would be dark. But
You open the envelope. It's a howler. Neville Longbottom.
Can we officially add those letters here in
I'm sure you could find a blood magic.
exactly, I'm sure you could do it. I'm sure
You actually
could do
can. There's magic mouth. Just put magic mouth on a letter and you got it.
Yeah,
it. Pretty much. Yep.
Yeah, that's awesome.
there's probably a spell to do the same anyway. Pretty sure
It's called magic mouth.
Yeah, well, there you go.
So, is there anything that anybody else is planning to do as Etch has left?
I can't think of much we could do really. I mean, we could go and watch the family home, but I don't think that'd be. But I can't see that's going to be very useful.
I can, but it seems like the unit's kind of feels like that unit that plan has been nixed.
Yeah.
But everyone else
Tal
thinks
says
exploiting
so.
children is a bad idea.
If Etch is not here, who is calling the shots?
Maya, I suppose.
Maya looks up just like
Oh.
paperwork.
Well, yeah, we'll give him a. What time is it? What time is it now?
3 o'clock in the afternoon-ish.
Well, let's give him an hour or two to see if he comes back, and if he doesn't, well, I think we're gonna have to go and have a look at the house and see what we can do.
So you give it.
Sorry.
You go.
How far are we from the scene of the second?
Yeah, an hour or so's walk.
It's a fair old walk. It's right down the bottom of the city.
Perhaps it would be worth going back with a new set of eyes and also hands and handles. Hands.
With new sets of hands.
Sets of hands. Yeah.
Well, if you want to. Well, I mean, Tal and I have already been down there. I didn't see any. Edge was pretty good. He found these scratches and things. But if you want to have a go and have a look, we can do. We've got time.
Tal says, I'm not convinced you'd find much more there.
The plot has told us not to go there.
No, Tal has said, I'm not sure you'll find much more there.
But I don't have anything better to do at the moment, to be honest.
Volker's like, wait. You guys do realize that you can just stop.
Oh no, I am very aware of that. You saw
Well, no,
it.
I've seen you stop. You're gonna just like actually stop, which is weird, and I don't.
But in that case,
That's a different thing.
I'm going to have a nice, refreshing, well, actually, a nice, calming cup of tea and try and get a bit of sleep because I suspect we're going to have a busy evening.
So you go have a nap. I love it.
Yeah.
You're at this
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
What?
Please don't do this.
You can't hear us.
My sound has gone.
Hello? We're talking just in case. No?
I can
Yes?
hear you, but I can hear you through my laptop. My
Okay, as long as you know we're still talking.
So, everyone has a nice nap.
Oh,
That's
there
it.
we go. And you're back.
But-
Cool. I'm gonna.
You're just in time to hear me go.
But we'll go to Etch. What's Etch doing?
Not sleeping, but no.
Oh,
I
never went to.
He's gonna go by the Dog Knock stream. I know it's closed up.
Mm-hmm.
Around the back, if there is an around the back.
Yeah, there will be an around the back. It's probably not like the easiest thing to get to, but there'd be an around the back.
Just checking it out, seeing if there's signs of Elsie or this beast.
You're welcome to do an investigation.
Sure.
107.
Alex, I'm so sorry.
Is this a weighted dice? Have you bought yourself a weighted dice?
I don't know. 31.
31.
31.
You rolled another natural 20.
11 in my investigation now.
No.
Okay.
Absolutely convinced. No.
An ethereal voice goes, nah.
I'll head over to the park. I want to head over to the park as well.
Yeah, it's only about 3 o'clock. It's obviously much earlier than...
Yeah. I'm just checking it out.
It's a park. I mean,
Yeah.
you've been there a few times before. There's people wandering around. It's nice and trees. Some family sort of relaxed and chilling up there. Not much particularly going on. The particular bench in question has a person on it, but it's just, a person.
Yeah.
You don't recognize them.
Mostly just there for a stroll.
Just had to
Thank you.
clear your head.
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually go back, or what are you doing? Waiting around for 4 hours?
And then head back to the Longwind's house.
To the Longwind's house. I see. Interesting. You go out to the Longwind's house. Knock, knock, knock. The door opens. It's Aunt Betsy again. Twice in one day. Whatever did we do to be so lucky?
Do you care to go for a walk, Betsy?
I would prefer to stay here.
How romantic.
Walk outside then?
Fine. Steps outside, closes the door.
So you're a clever woman.
Thank
I'm
you.
sure. I'm sure you've seen the same connection we have. The two incidents.
She doesn't say anything.
Elsie seems to be the only thing connecting them, and we can't find her. I want you to know that we care for Elsie as well. We won't hurt her, even if we do find her. But we do want to protect people if we can.
What are you
So-
suggesting?
I want to ask the same question that Flint asked earlier. Do you know anybody else that hurt her when she was younger?
I do not.
Okay. Have you heard from her?
No. You call me a smart woman. I know you are smart yourself. Asking a second time wouldn't make me change my mind, even if there was something being hidden. Now, I will guarantee to you, whether you believe it or not, is up to you, that I am telling the truth. But if I'm not, if I am, that's your decision. Whether you believe
I'm
me.
not sure to believe you. I just wanted to be sincere with you and let you know that we care for Elsie as well. Consider her part of our small little family up in our little clubhouse in the sky.
Shooks you just like a... Yes. There's a lot to be dealt with at the moment. There are many children and a mother that is lost. As much as I am very concerned for Elsie, I have taught her to protect herself, so any danger that she would be in is nothing I need to worry about.
Okay. We'll let you know as soon as we find her. Send her home.
Yes.
All right, take care.
Okay. She walks back inside, just closes the door.
I'll head back to my shop for a little bit before heading back to the tower.
So it's probably 6 or 7 o'clock or so by the time you get back to the tower. People have had naps, not much going on in the tower, maybe some discussions, but unless there's anything that you guys particularly want to point out, we'll skip straight to the part where Edge gets back.
Okay.
Fair enough. Edge walks up. Velka's like, he returns.
I return, and only to let everybody know that I have to go again. Shown in the letter.
Maya looks up. Maya looks up and sees a letter like, more paperwork?
No, the Benezis.
Oh.
Apparently they
Interesting.
want to have a discussion or to kill me in the middle of RE8. Only one way to find out.
The middle of Argate Park. I mean, this time of the evening there'll be people around. That doesn't seem like it's a setup for an attack.
Yeah, so it's probably just
Seems
a
more
discussion.
like they want protection. Make sure that you don't attack them.
Yeah. Mm. Well, I wanted to see if anybody wanted to be in the area.
I
Just
will come.
in case.
Maya says, yeah, possibly if someone is to go along, it would need to be very subtle, and I'm going to put this in the best way possible. You're not the most subtle of people.
He can be subtle.
I can be extremely subtle.
You can?
Yes.
Would
He
you
can
like to...
transform like you can?
Oh. Transformation.
Similar.
Fine.
Among other things.
Do you want to take Flint with you as well? Would he be useful?
Yeah, probably.
Benezis probably wouldn't recognize him.
Yeah,
Although he
well,
would potentially be quite conspicuous.
he was there when they saw all of us. I'm assuming that weird scientist is not holding back with our information.
Well, it's your choice.
Flint.
Ah.
Ah,
Oh,
Tea!
hello.
Who's taking away my tea? No.
Edge, hello, you're back then.
yeah, do you want to come watch a Benezi meet?
Ooh.
Yep.
An easy meeting. How did you?
Yep, watch the Benezi meet. You heard that right, Alex. You have a dirty mind, sir.
I do not have a dirty mind. What are you talking about?
Yeah, sure,
I mean-
absolutely.
I feel ashamed of myself because the first thing I thought about when you said Benezi meat was that sounds like a Subway sandwich.
Benezi meat sub.
So
Oh, yeah,
inches. Whee!
Hang on, let me get my bowl ready. Oh, okay.
Just stay stealthy. I'll be the one meeting with him on the bench. It was directed at me.
It's
Oh,
a giant,
uh,
yes. Tall, fire elemental looking motherfucker. Stay stuff.
Just
I'm actually quite stealthy.
Then again, when you say fire
As a fire
elemental looking
elemental, do you
motherfucker, I don't think anybody else in the world looks like him. So.
No, that's true. But I mean, like, as a fire elemental, is he not literally producing his own light?
No.
only when he's angry.
No, only when my hair catches fire.
Okay, that's fine then.
I like how you say catches fire.
Get
As,
angry.
I mean, I'll be honest, if my hair caught fire, I'd also be producing light. But you do it on purpose. And there is, yes, less screaming.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Oh god, that would be the worst.
How about if I put
superpower.
Cloak, yes.
No, the
Human
worst superpower.
Torch,
Yeah.
but not immune to fire.
Flame on!
And then
You
there's
do it
a
once.
pile of ash.
I was going to say, how about if I put a cloak and a hood on, so just in case anybody recognizes me.
Sure. Yeah.
I'll do that.
Let's go. Then the meeting's in.
The common
about
sounds
an
of putting on a cloak and hood.
Where are we going?
hour. The park.
Oh,
Walk
okay.
To the mall.
I'll bring sandwiches in.
Get in,
Going
Luther,
shopping,
we're going shopping.
Oh God.
Anyway,
Oh my God.
Off we go.
so you head on
The
out.
more distract from our problems.
See you later, Tal.
Yes, he waves vaguely and he's staying back. Head down, have a nice long walk in the dark over to, I mean, there's some lights over to the park, and I'm sure, so I'm going to assume that Unit, you turn into a Buddha?
A Buddha?
A spudder.
Yeah.
A spudder.
No, I'm gonna turn into a
Crocodile.
yes, a crocodile. Yes, I'm gonna turn into a crocodile.
No, no.
No, I'm going to turn into a rat.
Into a rat. Fair enough. And what's your approach in terms of where are you going?
I mean, it's a park. I'm just gonna hide in the undergrowth, I guess.
That's fair. And you have a choice, Flint, of trying to be close enough that you can hear or just far enough away that you can see, but you wouldn't get any sort of audio input as it would be.
Well, what's the sort of physical idea? Are there some trees that I can lurk
Just
in?
imagine like a big open. I mean, Greg, you would probably attest this, but I'm assuming it's just
like a central park kind of thing, but much smaller.
so. There's like paths and there are some trees, but it's not. It's dark, so there are some lamps around, but it'll be fairly easy.
It's apart from the big opening in the centre. It's the paths and the benches and things. There are trees nearish. So
Yeah.
I could probably lurk in the shadows.
You'd have to give us stealth, but if you're trying to be basically what I'm saying is if you're trying to be close enough to hear, you'll have to stealth. If not, you'll be fine.
I don't really need to be here. I just need to be able to see. So if
That's
anything,
fine. Then you could just be fairly far away. You'd probably be like a good 150 feet away or so. 100 feet.
A long way away.
That's nothing to him. He can get there in one round.
Exactly.
I can get. Yeah. Let's say where's my let's say I am roughly 100 feet away.
That's what I just said. 100 feet.
Perfect.
So you're 100 feet away, hiding behind a tree.
I want to be in a bush that's relatively close to the.
Oh yeah, I'm assuming you're right. Nothing about that.
You're a rat.
Etch. You wander over towards the same bench, and there is still someone sitting on it. But this time, I mean, it's not quite the same. Before it was just like some dude. Now it's a lot more fancily dressed, standing very straight back. You know, looking
A pimp.
a pimp. Yes, it's a pimp. I don't know how much you'd recognise the Benizi members.
Depends if they're public facing or not.
I don't know.
Much past public facing.
I don't know which ones are. Is the question? Because I know which one it is, but I don't know if you'd recognise them.
Up to you, I guess.
I will say you do not recognise them, but they're obviously Benizi.
Mm-hmm. Well, obviously. I'll sit down. Is it one of those situations where it's two benches back to back, and I have to
No,
sit
it's
down?
just a bench. He's just sitting there. He
He's
watches you as you come
holding
over.
a briefcase and a newspaper like a Russian spy.
Passes you the newspaper. Or
I
he'll
mean,
just leave it
there's
next to
there's no subtlety. As you walk over, he actively looks at you and says, "Etch,
Benizi.
I am Zavael."
Okay. I'm assuming I know the name.
Yes, the eldest son of the Mr. Big Benizi.
I love the idea that you just say that like to him. You're like, I assume I know your name.
Yeah, I assume I know you. All right.
How do you spell Benizi?
That's we've had that so much. Why is that?
Benizi. Okay.
Banana
Benizy.
Banana Benizi. Okay, yeah, got it.
All right. Well, I'm assuming I'm here to listen to you talk to me.
Please sit.
I do so.
You sit. He looks over to you and he says, there has been a careful balance in Yveluna for a while between your conspiracy, protecting people, and us as the Benizis doing what we do best. Now, this gentle truce, unspoken as it may be, was broken slightly when our fight ring was removed the other night. Now, I wouldn't dream to suggest that maybe you know something about that.
I believe you have information suggesting that I do. Why else would I be here?
I don't want to start a fight. And I don't mean between you and I, though it would be amusing. I mean between my family and yours. Our business wouldn't exactly blossom with an even more destroyed city and plenty of dead bodies. So I want to make sure that you're not going to be investigating further than you ever should. And we will make sure not to react unjustly or irrationally about some recent events.
How much does my word even mean to you?
Quite a lot. I know you're a man of your honor. Besides, it is your word and my word. If either of us breaks it, the other reacts. I do not do this because I wish to not see you hurt. I just don't wish to see my family hurt, killed, destroyed. If I am 100% honest, I don't know who would win between the Benizis and the conspiracy. But don't think we don't know where you are. Your hiding space up in the clock tower isn't as subtle as one might think. And don't forget, we also know where a certain mother lives.
Now she can take care of herself. Yveluna is moving in a direction that doesn't need... It doesn't need your methods anymore.
Maybe so, but that is something the city can speak for herself on.
Exactly what I was going to say. All I'm saying, I can give my word, but time changes things. The city decides on its own. Recent events are related to personal ties to the conspiracy. That's the only reason there was any directed movement.
Yes, it seems as though a certain champion is no longer available for some fights.
I can promise that there will be no more directed attacks like the current, or the ones experienced over the last few days.
I would hope so. Stefan did seem very upset that you took care of his pets.
The other option was we die, so...
You have to
And that-
understand, from my perspective, I don't care.
I know. But I don't know why you care that he's upset.
We are a family. Regardless of your perceptions of how evil we may be, we still care for ourselves.
Should get that guy some help if you care for him. He's got...
He is very powerful. And slightly different. But still, he's family.
So you have my word.
Then you have mine.
Alright. I believe we're done here.
Yes. He gets up and starts to walk away, then pauses a second and says, "Oh, just a second question. Wouldn't happen to know anything about attacks around the city?"
We're looking into it.
I want to make sure that this isn't going to be an attack on my family.
As far as we can tell, there's no connection.
I would hope not. Again, for your sake. And then walks off into the dark. Dramatic.
Related to Fang.
It's on my shirt. Oh, it's been a long day.
Suddenly
I'm
there's a
reading
unit next to you.
Yeah.
Also, as he walks away, probably Flint, because you'd watch him walking away, it's just like, meh. You see, as he walks away, like, about 12 other figures just appear from just, like, the dark and follow him away.
Spooky, spooky.
Also, they've gone all over and join Etch.
My laptop unmuted itself during that conversation. That was weird. I muted myself so that I could type on Twitter and not be loud. And then when I came back, I was not muted.
Oh,
So that's fine.
what did he say?
It was
Well,
just
the-
about. I think that's one less problem for us to deal with for now. And essentially, us agreeing not to have any more directed attacks like that.
And also that they are not behind, as far as we know, they are not behind the attacks on on Elsie's enemies.
That's it's interesting. Bro, it rules them out. Then that's good.
They're just as concerned.
It's dark now, isn't it? So you could head back to the Longwind's house now and see if anything's going on there. Not knock the door or anything. Just have a look around, see if anything's happening.
Yeah,
Okay.
I did want to. I wanted a few of us out on the rooftops tonight just to keep an eye out, an ear out, see if there's any other attacks.
I told you, mate. That's why I had a bit of a sleep earlier on.
Appreciate it.
And as you walk away from the park in the dark, I was going to start rhyming, but it didn't work. We will have a break, a nice 10-minute break. Lots of drama, lots of everything, and
Lots of
I'm going to
stress for Etch's brain.
I'm going to stick this on a BRB screen in. We'll be starting again in 10 minutes, but I'll probably be back in about 5 or so. Just a little pause so that we can just mostly so we can all just go and then come back. So yes, farewells. In the previous episode, a lot of dramatic investigation. There's not a lot that I actually need to recap on because there was a second attack that was investigated, and the main pieces put together are everyone thinks it's Elsie. I'm kidding, of course. Etch thinks it's something to do with Elsie. There is a link between Elsie's family and the two murders so far. Also, it seems as though Tal is vaguely coming into a bit more humanity, though maybe slightly concerned, and Myra is covered in paperwork, and Unit stares into space. I don't think there's... Hilariously, even though it's been 2 hours, there's not a lot more to recap on, is there? Because it's mostly it was investigation into the murder. Oh, and also, the Benizis set up a meeting with... I just dropped part of my pen.
Yay.
Set up a meeting with Etch.
You dropped part of it.
Yeah, dropped a meeting with Etch to discuss the recent explosion atop the mountain, which they want to make sure isn't going to be the beginnings of a war. We start again in the depths of night as the three current heroes standing around or walking back from the park are making a decision as to what they should be doing at about 8 o'clock in the evening.
I think we need to get more eyes on the streets. Keep an eye on News Bar, the whole city.
Keep an eye on the pub and on Elsie's family home. I think, since we do not know anyone else who is particularly affiliated with Elsie and for the way, and it seems like people who are related to Elsie are the most likely to be victims of these attacks.
Am I right in thinking you can't get anywhere where you can see both the pub and the house at the same time?
Which house?
Their family house.
Laura
they're pretty close.
Yeah.
You probably only hear things happening in both areas.
Yeah, I can't...
See it
I think she marks it on the map.
If I go up on a rooftop, yeah, I don't think it is.
Her house is just kind of in the mess in the southern part of that block that
Yeah.
is.
Do we still have the walkie-talkie amulets?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, in fact, you had one, I believe, because I said you
Did
took
Elsie
one.
have one? I think Elsie had
Oh
one.
no! Wait,
don't know.
couldn't we just use it to contact it?
Yeah. Why couldn't we?
God fucking damn it! We forgot that it existed. I also didn't write it down in my notes, but
She might
Yeah,
not.
it's in our bag, but I don't. We
So,
haven't
so
been
where are
using
you
the bag
heading
much.
first? What is the plan?
Well, I
Back
think
to
we
the tower to get more eyes out.
So you go back up to the
Probably-
tower. Everyone's awake still, Maya,
to
with
get
the
more
paperwork.
eyes, like open up the jar, like.
Divley and Jackson are having a game of chess. Dragon chess.
Jackson is losing again.
Oh yeah, Jackson's definitely losing. Maya is in paperwork, and Velka is fiddling around with a knife as usual.
Divley, Velka, you want to join us on a
Yes?
patrol?
Grace niet meer vrede behind eh?
I'll take that as a yes.
Aye.
Jackson, hang out with Tall.
Right.
Maya,
Well, you get the fun jobs, do we?
I mean,
I
you
enjoy
want
spending
to...
time with
Honestly, I think you'd be a better influence over Tall than Divley would be.
Well,
That was
I don't
the
mean to
option.
toot my own trumpet, but I think I am the best influence here of everybody. Best behaved and
Yeah.
generally, you know, I could take on
Yup.
this
Well, yeah,
mantle.
I mean, I would much rather...
statement
Tall
is just
seems
met
to
with
be-
complete silence by everyone. Whereas,
Tall
like,
seems to be
good.
learning based on our actions. And
Right.
I'd rather him remain legible,
So what you're saying,
Legible, readable.
readable, not
what you're, s-
well-spoken?
Comprehensive.
Comprehensive.
what you're saying is I might be able to beat him at chess.
I would not go
No,
that far.
probably. No, I really doubt that, honestly.
He doesn't
His
even know how to
brain's
play
still-
it.
Neither
You know
did
what?
I.
Give it a try. Let me know the results. That is your assignment.
Right. I'll beat him at
Go get
chess. I'll win a game one day.
You lost in chess against somebody who does not even necessarily have a concept of what entertainment is.
Right, listen, I realize I'm bad, but I'm trying. Right? Don't need to rub it in.
Practice makes perfect,
We've had a lot of practice.
or practice makes a bit better.
Practice makes it slightly better than you were before.
I'm taking these guys out. See if we can stop one of these attacks before it happens.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Maybe you'll even see what's causing the attacks.
Yeah.
Stay
Well,
safe. It seems... Well, I mean, to be fair, the two targets so far have been non-fighters, but still, they're very violent.
Yeah. We'll stay safe. We have these speaking amulets, because I'm assuming Elsie doesn't have one. I don't know. Alex didn't say yes or no
I
otherwise.
don't remember who had them last, if I'm completely honest.
I thought
In
I
my
did, but I
bag.
didn't write it down.
In the group bag, I have ×2.
Because I'm
but I don't know.
pretty sure
means.
you gave one to Unit when he went away.
You're right. So Unit had the other one.
So Unit has one, but I
Okay.
don't think Elsie has the second. I think it's more
No,
likely
no, no.
Etch has it.
Yeah. I always held on to one of them.
Okay. Okay.
I was
I'll
gonna say
stick
the
it in
same-
my inventory.
Yeah, I was going to say it's the
I
same
guess
breakup.
because you would have given it to Unit when I wasn't there,
You know what?
so I wouldn't have put it
In the-
notes anyway.
In the group bag, I will put a little note saying who has them whenever, and I'll
Oh,
choose
that's
that.
a good idea, actually.
It's a very good idea.
So the answer is no, you can't use that.
No, we
Well,
can use it.
We
That's
can
a
use
unit.
But we can't use it to talk to else.
No, yes.
Oh yeah,
No, we can use it, but we can use it to
tonight.
tonight. Yeah.
Yes.
Let's use it tonight.
All right.
Oh.
So I guess we'll split up throughout the city in those rough groups. So unit can take a group or I mean, which side of the city you want to take it on? You can go through in-game or through auto ray.
Velga's like,
know what either of those
well,
places are.
it's nice to know that the 2 attacks were completely the other ends of the city, so we have no idea where a third
Yeah.
one would be.
Yeah, it makes it tough. So we have to spread out as much as we can.
Do we know where Aunt Betsy will be staying? Now that the pub is not open.
At the family
She'll
home.
still be at the Longman house.
Then, as far as we know, everyone who is particularly connected to Elsie will be at the Longman house. Surely.
Yes, but
Unless unless the children are all working.
well, people that have heard her
Yeah.
in the past could be anywhere in the city.
Well,
You know what, why don't-
Elsie's mother and aunt didn't seem to know any other people who might have hurt Elsie. So
Yeah.
the best we can do is protect those who we know are close to Elsie.
Okay, then how about you take 2 over in in-game. It is the bigger section right now anyway. And then me and
Which one's in game?
the part that we're currently in.
Okay. Is there a map for this?
Yes.
Yeah.
You have it.
Do I?
Yes.
It's in the Discord somewhere as well, if you want to just scroll through there. It's
Okay.
You definitely were
Weeks
given it when you went to... Well, the first time... It's
Yeah.
when you first went to Yveluna, so you definitely did
I,
have... were given
even
it.
I have that map.
Even you.
Even
Even you.
Even-
I put a bookmark on my browser just to be able to find it.
It's not in my folder of things.
Regardless. So, you all head out into particular areas of the city.
Yeah. I'll take Flint over to Artelray.
Yeah.
You
Well,
take the other 2.
What I will say is, all of you can make a nice little roll for perception, because you're looking out into the night. How long... Are you doing the whole night? You doing...
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's how the patrols go.
Yeah. Percept. Yeah.
I am fucking useless.
I've also got
Investigation, 31. Perception, 2.
Yeah. It actually, yes. But
I
with
can't see it- I
my
can see the dark.
bonuses, 6.
Oh my god.
Okay, here we go.
Woo!
Boy, oh boy, look at you.
Perception.
Listen, my mind is distracted.
18.
It makes sense.
18.
81?
18.
81, yeah. Oh, that's
22.
Where did Unit go? Because you said that...
Is him given the Elsie's family bit?
yeah.
It just depends on how they spread out through in-game.
Well, I'm intending to be sort of up on the roof.
But I mean, like, what else is in game?
Okay, let's...
Yeah.
There's
Can
3 of
somebody
you.
please give me this map, because I don't have it in my
It's in the
Discord.
Discord.
Ah.
Sent at some point.
Hold on. I can send it again.
Oh, I found it.
Okay.
So, we have 3 of you, and you're going to go in 3 places. I'm going to ask you individually, because everybody talking at the same time is very difficult to keep up with. Etch. Where, very specifically, are you going to be during the night?
He'd probably be more in the area of the university, since that run-in with the Benizis, he probably doesn't want to be too close to them. So he'd say Flint should probably be over in that area.
The Flint,
So, you want me to be over in which area? Over
the park area.
Over in the half where the Benizis' house is.
And
Okay,
the park. and all
over
that
towards the
stuff.
park. Okay, I'll find a quiet place where I can see the road, the Benitez area, and sort of the park
And Unit, you said you wanted to be looking after the house.
house.
Yeah.
So you'll be sort of that central old Imgim area.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, and that was with a 6, an 18, and
22.
22. Who's got the? Who ended up with the ambulance?
Etch and Unit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Got it.
I like how Greg pointed as if that's going to help.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, that one. So, the 6, Etch, is very distracted. I think you're thinking a lot about a lot of things. They're a bit on your mind, so it's very difficult
a headache.
it's very difficult to sort of like truly get your head around all of this kind of stuff. The 18 from Flint. You don't really see much. Very little goes on in the park in the area. You're sort of wandering around. There's some people possibly drunkenly stumbling around, but you don't. You're pretty confident you didn't see anything happening in this area. Unit with a 22, I believe you said. So you're watching the house, and you don't see much. There's not much movement. There's a moment where you see Aunt Betsy and the mother sort of step outside, having a little bit of a. The mother's having a little bit of a cry, and she's obviously consoling her. There seems to be a lot going in the house. When they open the door, you can just see chaos ensuing inside with like however many people are inside. I think it's like 12, 13, 14 people inside or something ridiculous like that. But the entire evening, there's no like, anything else apart from that little sort of consoling sort of time. It actually gets kind of quiet as the night goes on, and eventually in the morning, they wake up. The mother walks off, presumably to work, and various other. I think I'm gonna get this correct. One of the elder, you assume, brothers also probably walks at the same time as his mother, up in the direction towards the Sarasek house. But that's all you really see.
So hang on. So nothing happened in the night, and then mum and
in the mum and the son just go off to what you assume is work.
Okay.
In fact, actually, in the morning, Flint would probably see the mum and the son going to the Sarasek's house.
Oh, hi, Flint.
He's being super sneaky.
Oh, from a bush. Hi.
Yeah, the bush just says hello. What? But that's it. That's it for the
bush
night.
says hello to Flint.
Yep.
Elsie is
Plenty good talk.
They could talk. Sorry.
Yep. So that's it for your evening.
Okay.
In that case, when the sun is up, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna head back to the tower now. Nothing more done here.
You don't have one.
You don't have one.
He does it anyway.
I can still do that anyway.
You have to come find where Etch was to do it.
So you all eventually meet up in the morning in the tower. Obviously, Velka, Jackson, Divley also come back with that. I'm assuming that because you went up in that top area, they were in the like Nuzabra stacks, bricks kind of area. And they all come back, and you all have a nice, obviously, little discussion. They're all looking exhausted. Velka's just like, I want to go to bed.
It's been a while since we've had to, huh?
Maya.
I'm assuming it was nothing.
Maya calls in a good old meeting. She says, I know it's usually would have been Friend to call the meetings, but I believe it's a good idea to have a little sit down in a circle, call for everybody's what they saw during the night. Yes?
Absolutely, yes.
Nothing.
So, Etch, nothing. Unit, nothing. Well, Unit?
No, nothing except the mother and one of the elder brothers going to work in the morning.
Flint?
And they had a bit of a cry in the night.
Yeah, I saw them going to work as well. Apart from that, nothing at all.
Okay.
Velka? Overnight, but nothing I want to talk about.
You what?
I said a few going was on in the park overnight. You know, things that happen in parks at night. You don't want to know about it.
Well, Velka says, no, nothing. I was patrolling around. I thought I saw something. Turned out to be a dog. Nothing else, really. And the same comes from Jackson's. Actually, Jackson was inside all evening.
Yeah, he was.
Divley. Gracenick. From the Haberfat.
No, nothing at all. Okay.
The intonation suggests nothing. Yeah.
Jackson says, and I lost. Sorry, he says, and I lost hundreds of times. I don't understand. Tull's sitting there just like, well, it's a logical game. All you have to do once you understand the rules is win. All right, I see how it is. Just win. All right, this makes it so much easier for me now. I'll just win.
Forehead.
Just get good, forehead.
Just don't get hit.
Maya says, well, utterly useless then. Everybody, I think it's a well-deserved rest. I don't know if we want to do a couple more nights like this, but it's going to be difficult to keep it up.
I'm happy to keep doing it on my own if no one else wants to.
Well,
I'm happy to do another couple of nights, but if this is apparent that there is no apparent threat, then it might be a fool's errand.
Yes.
Either way, we need to find Elsie.
Either way, for now, you need to sleep. Everybody gets some rest. Jackson, you don't need rest. Oh, but I'm tired. You actually slept this evening. You don't need rest. Fine. So everybody has a nice long rest. You probably wake up because it'll be early morning. That's right. You probably wake up when it's dark. You wouldn't have seen the daylight today because you came back at maybe like 8 in the morning when it's dark, and then wake up at about 5 in the afternoon when it's dark. That's a nice depressing thought, isn't it? You don't see daylight.
Oh, it's like being a psychology student.
It's just a student. Yeah, you wake up in the morning again. Maya wakes, because Maya would have been awake, wakes you, Etch, and in your room, of course, and wakes you up, slap around the face. No, it's like Etch. Etch?
Yeah.
I have some growing concerns that you are going to need to approach the topic of Fryn. At least talk about it with someone. Doesn't have to be us. Just, I don't want it to start affecting your judgment. I don't want it to start affecting your rationality.
Right now, my lack of sleep is affecting my rationality.
You've
Call's
had 8 hours. Get up.
That's not enough now. Oh.
You can't deny talking about it. You can't just pretend it didn't happen.
It's not said and done yet.
It's not said and done, but you still have to approach the topic. And take a realistic thought that it may be the end. If we can't find a way to help her, and also approach the fact that you're probably going to have to talk to your old friends, the Royals.
That's all I've been thinking about.
What are you going to do?
I'm gonna approach the Royals.
How? With what? I mean, we both know it's not just a favor you can ask for.
I'll figure it out when I get there.
It may be better to have a plan.
Well, their son likes us. It's a place to start.
True. But from what you said, I don't think he's got a lot of impact into the doings and goings on.
Are we there? Sorry.
No, this is just in the bedroom.
You're not there.
You're not there.
Either way, I'll have to apologize to him.
Yes. Can you stomach that?
Yeah.
You were going to have to accept. As far as I can tell, he genuinely believes they did what they could. Whether you believe it or not is not the point.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm starting to believe him.
Why?
Past few days, it makes sense. It makes sense why they left.
Talk it out. Come on. Give me your words.
I will not.
Come on.
Can't.
Go on.
Still processing.
You can't process forever.
It's taken years before.
So that's Windows.
Well,
we spent 5 years processing the last time we had this kind of shake up at the conspiracy. Can have a few days.
Yes, but it's been 3 days of 10, and I know it can be done forever, but we can't leave Fryn in her bedroom forever.
We won't. And honestly, I think the only thing left to really take care of before we can approach them is find Elsie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the Benesias spoke to them last night.
Yes.
We have their word, and they have my word. They weren't going to take any direct actions like we did with the fight ring.
Yes, I had a feeling they'd want something to say, but I'm glad it's non-volatile.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I do feel as though they're going to try and hold this above our heads.
Probably, but we've got time.
Time for what?
Gather more information.
You may want to check in with your mother as well and see if there's any other fight circles brewing. If they can't use the one up atop the mountain, it's a wreck up there. Be somewhere. Someone's little cat in. But yes, you're right that Elsie is our prime concern. And I have no idea where to go with that.
No. Me either. I may just spend the day at the shop or something. Distract myself.
Well, your choice. Just bear in mind that there's not much time before we'll need to have another evening to scope.
Yeah. Also, Tall, he seems very moldable right now.
Mm-hmm.
It may
He's
be
very
worth
curious.
maybe worth sitting down with him and just trying to mold him a bit. Have some heart this time.
He definitely has some of the old Tal in him. He's
He's still a genius.
yes, he's clever. I'm talking more his his cold nature. When he woke up, he was almost kind, but it's not pertained. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He seems to be more in the let's do things because we need to and disregard emotion.
That's why I'm saying we need to mold him a bit.
I'm not convinced we'll be able to, but I can try. If I'm not doing paperwork. Maybe I'll get him doing paperwork.
There you go. Something good for his cold nature.
Yeah, I guess. Anyway, you do you. But you do have to get up. And she walks out.
He does not get up.
So do the other two of you get up and go into the main area?
Yes.
What are your plans?
I actually I get up and I go into Edge's room.
Oh. As Maya leaves, Edge, you roll over and go to sleep, and someone else comes back in. You'd probably assume it's Maya.
Oh no, 5 minutes.
Edge, I have something I need to talk to you about.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. There's so much. What is it?
I may have devised a way to safely resurrect your friend.
Oh?
However, yes, I could use my spores to kind of reconstruct a body for her to occupy. It's not something that I ordinarily use. It's really quite
Be the
against
same though?
principles. She would be the same person in her personality. I cannot guarantee that the body would be identical to the one that she was inhabiting beforehand. Especially since I'm not especially familiar with the various races.
You'll look the same.
Or
Yeah,
your
and I
strange
guess-
people with your soft skin.
Friend in particular is unique.
what made Finn in particular unique? Was she the dragon one?
Yeah, she's
Yeah, she's
half dragon-ish. Scales down a human body.
Yeah.
I
Alex, for the record, what I'm talking about is
Reincarnation, yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I can't make that call. Maya.
Maya walks back in. What the hell do you... Oh, hi, unit.
Wow.
Greetings.
Rude.
Greetings.
Yes? Close the door. It's thing.
Clunk.
Apparently, unit can bring Maya back, or not? Sorry, bring friend
What
back.
about-
Friend, sorry.
I just came back.
Yeah.
It worked.
Bring Maya back.
It would
But
it would be her, but I cannot make any guarantees about the body that she would be inhabiting, other than that
Reincarnation.
humanoid.
I've heard of reincarnation. I'm not aware of the exact nature of it. I don't imagine it's easy, but possible.
I'm not sure.
Is
I'm not
whether
sure
you think it's something
I'm
that
not sure how
Finn
friend
would
would
want.
react.
What are
Not
the
sure how she would react.
restrictions?
What are the restrictions? It's a good.
What? I don't know. I know them. Just
provided
RP.
it cannot be more than 10 days after the death, and the soul of the person must be willing to reincarnate.
Hmm.
Uh,
Well, it's been 4 days, ish. 4 days. If this needs a maximum of 10 days, this does put into a rather strange position. In that, yes,
She will,
you
of
could
course,
ask the royals for what's the other one called? Resurrection, but you'd have to do that within 10 days, because if they say no, our other option is reincarnation. And we no longer have this infinite amount of time.
if she is reincarnated, she would keep all of her previous experiences and memories.
Yes.
It is just the form that would not be kept.
Yes.
There is a small chance that she could be similar to her previous self.
No, I'm aware.
Do you know how important it is to her that she? I know she was a little weird about connections to her, both sides of her family.
Well, ultimately, the body that she would be inhabiting would form before the soul would enter it. So perhaps if it was a body she was not willing to enter it, then the spell would fail.
Yes, but we still have to put together all of the items.
Indeed.
My honest to goodness, this is my my honest to goodness
Yeah.
opinion is divide and conquer. We can happily look for Elsie. We are capable. I think it is best that Etch, you and whoever you decide to go with you inquire with the royals as soon as possible. And I mean now. Because if they say no, we know this is our only option. There are very few that can do any of this kind of stuff. We will look for Elsie. We will search. You know we can.
Protect her. Don't hurt her.
Of course we will. There's no worries with that.
Alright. Well, then I guess we have to set out then.
Mm-hmm. Once more.
Back to Cortia.
I'm not there.
Oh, yeah, Flint.
Hello.
I like to point out, Etch is still in bed, covers over, just like, yeah.
I've got my little sleeping hat on. Let's go.
Etch jumps up in pajamas.
I'm outside with my cup of tea. Actually, I have my prop this time.
I will skip over the let's have exactly the same conversation a second time with everybody in the main room. Everybody agrees.
I would say, we'll probably want to think we should take our body with us. I suppose we should do, because when we get there, if we can't do the resurrection, I mean, do you need the body for resurrection? Anyway, we should take it with us anyway.
Yeah, probably.
Yes.
So we're going to need some kind of cart or something, I imagine.
You can hire a cart. There's people transporting many a times. Many things between the two cities. I mean, it'll be interesting transporting a body, but there are stranger things.
Well, it'll take me a while to get my stuff together. Okay, done it. Right, ready to go.
Picks up flute.
Just
I'm ready.
Picks up flute and
I just want to enjoy the meta comment of Stranger Things in a D&D podcast.
I heard it, the theme song in my head, and I was going to do it, and I stopped myself.
I didn't.
So
as fast as possible.
You have the games ready. There's a lot of goodbyes. I think it's a fairly rushed sort of goodbye. I mean, people, you're used to sort of big missions like this, but it has a different feeling, getting together, rushing. But like everything changes the moment that like it would probably be. I'm just trying to think who's the strongest. No one apart from Fryn is particularly strong in everybody. Let's say Jackson and Maya and Velka, the three of them, as you guys are getting things ready, bring out Fryn's body, and I feel like the mood of everything just kind of immediately changes, because as I've stated before, Fryn's body is not pretty. There's no like grace in death in this particular case. It's not, oh, she looks like she's sleeping. There's boils and burns and marks all over the body. The armor is still shredded and melted, and it is generally a very honestly disgusting kind of looking body. Still recognizably Fryn, but just not, there's no grace in it, like I said. But they bring her out and get like some blankets and all sorts of things to sort of wrap up, kind of like a mummy, I guess. Like wrap up the body as much as possible, so that ready for transportation. Maya puts a hand on Edge's sword and just, you sure you're going to be okay with this?
Nope. Gonna do it.
Honesty.
Right, let's go.
So you guys three just pick up a dead body and walk off, I guess.
Yeah,
No,
No, I'm assuming we would have brought the carriage down in front of the tower and
Yeah.
head it off from there.
With your little donkey. I named the donkey. What did we name the donkey?
I can't remember. It's probably back here somewhere.
I named the little donkey.
You did.
Yeah, you bring the carriage with your little donkey ready and place Fryn in the back. I think there's two places at the front to sit, and then one of you would have to sit in the back. Whoever's willing to sit in the back. Probably Unit. Unit doesn't care.
Was it Burmal?
No.
I think that was a dwarf.
I'm sure it was like a traditionally like farm animal name.
Probably.
Bessie.
Was it Bessie?
I
Maybe.
honestly have no
Might
idea.
be
Bessie. And
That
I bring
makes me
over
sad.
Bessie. The droopy faced is sort of, slightly drooped forwards, tired old looking donkey. You sit at the front with your little Edge with your little reins, and then Flint sitting next to you. Unit in the back, holding on to the body to make sure it doesn't fall out the back, which would be hilarious. And you set off. Clip, clop, clip, clop, clip, clop.
Would not be hilarious.
It would.
You rude ass.
It would be hilarious to me.
Anyone
It
want
would
to play the flute to pass the time?
Yes.
Yeah, you play the flute directly in Edge's ear.
No, it's a very soothing kind of music.
Sorry, I can't get over it.
This is funny. Like it's funny those people playing like the panpipe music outside Buckingham Palace. The buskers. It's
Anyway, you set off. I mean, as we've said before, with two big, powerful horses, it was like like a whole day's trip with a singular donkey. Are you planning on making the whole trip with your donkey, or
No, probably just a transport to the stables and then
to like the edge of the
rent
city?
some-
So
yeah,
Wait, is
rent
this a
some-
different donkey to the one that the man?
yeah, no,
Yeah,
this is
Etch's donkey.
yeah.
Oh, well then I don't know what the name was.
Yeah.
Bestie was the. I'm pretty sure Bestie was the donkey.
Oh yeah, that was the guy at the other end who was like, "Oh, I can take you down to the if you
Yeah.
want me to."
The apple picker.
Yeah. So you get down to the edge of the city, and there's a few people, you know, these big like transport carriages, big powerful horses pulling them. In fact, you recognize the same guy that you had before.
Hey,
Hi.
we're going back.
Oh no.
Who the hell are you?
Able to help us out again?
Oh, you.
Are you going to Corsia?
Mhm.
How much for two of us and some and a body?
I think
Three.
three of us actually.
Three of us.
Me and two. Sorry.
How much
Me
for
too, for
how much-
this people.
How much for two people, a body, and an ant?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an
Technically
extra.
an ant.
He says,
And the-
20 gold.
all right, here you go.
I won't ask questions.
Thank you. Just very straightforward with this man.
He just walks over, picks up the body, puts it over his shoulder, walks over, and then places it fairly gently in the back, like just with all the other cargo.
Careful. Yeah.
Gets a couple straps and just chunk over the top of the body.
Fair enough.
You'll have to ride in the back. One can come up front.
I'll ride in the back.
One of you can be up at the front. Unit, of course. So you set off on the long 9-hour journey where this you two in the back we'll get to in a second, but you set off and this man with Unit sitting next to him. So, where you from?
A long way from here.
Cool. And then silence for the next 9 hours. You both just stare straight ahead and don't talk. Maybe halfway, again, he just stops for a bit of a toilet break, but that's about all you get, the same as last time. It was early morning when you did set off. Actually, no, it was late evening when you did set off, so it's a nice night journey. So I assume you guys maybe have a little... Actually, your schedule's kind of inverted, so maybe you have a little nap in the back.
Sure.
I will
I will
try
skip over the journey, because unless you guys want me to have
to- 9 hours.
9 hours of... You're still going?
No, I request the
Still
entire
going.
details.
Still going. Okay, we'll do 9 hours worth of the conversation between the driver and Unit. Okay.
Enjoy the next 9 episodes, guys.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just grab that and then I'll just repeat that silence for 9 hours. So anyway.
Thank you. Unit's Journey Part 3.
So I'm going to say you set off, let's say...
Oh, no.
5,
What is gonna get?
set off at like 6 o'clock. A 9-hour journey puts you at quite early in the morning, actually. And he takes you all the way to your house. I would assume.
Oh, sick. What a nice guy.
Yeah, he did last time. So he takes you all the way to the house and drops you off, grabs the body, and it's like, where do you want it?
Here, I'll go up and... Did we have a key or something for this door, or is it just like
Oh, yeah.
unlocked? Okay.
In fact,
Unlock it.
Unit would have the key because he's the last one to be in. What's
Oh
it?
yeah.
Good thing I fixed my sound in time
Yes.
Yeah.
Just upstairs in one of the bedrooms. Is
He
fine.
walks in. He's very, very big in the house. Like he's a giant dude, just carrying a giant lady. It's very difficult to fit through the doorways upstairs, and you hear him drop Fryn on the bed. And it's just this.
So, I mean, really, looking at it, it's a giant man carrying a giant lady. It just looks like two normal-sized people in a very small house.
Yes, pretty much. It's like, I don't know if you've seen the video. There's these, I think they're Swedish bodybuilders who like to go to this half-scale model town to make themselves feel bigger and stronger for their egos. There's a video of it, and they go in, they say that it's good for their
so
ego.
sweet.
It's so funny. They're like the nicest people. Like, it just makes us feel better about ourselves. It's so good. Anyway, and he leaves. Like, I'm sure you paid him the 20 gold, and
Yeah.
he
Yep.
gets in his. Off he goes. Clop, 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 clop.
Nice guy.
It's about 3 in the
Well,
morning.
Oh yeah. Oh dear.
Especially nice guy that he did that at 3 in the morning.
He's used to the night journeys.
yeah.
Carriage man. In fact, he probably
Well,
headed off in the
of
direction
course,
of the bumblebee. What is it called?
I've got to find my cuts here.
Yeah, the bumbling bee.
The bumbling bee.
Got it right. I know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. Well, where to first?
3 in the morning.
Oh yeah, I should
Well,
probably sleep.
I think
Yeah.
sleeping is. Well, yeah.
Even more sleep. You've just basically slept for like
Honestly,
14 hours,
need
15, 18 hours.
We need it.
I like to imagine again. It's just like, I've slept too much. I don't need a single. He just wakes up at like 8 in the morning. What happened?
No.
What's that noise?
Wake up.
See, I woke up on his gigs to see.
Well, you wake up to
Well,
a nice fresh cup of tea. Oink.
oh, thanks. I think I'm gonna need something stronger. It's not working quite the way that
I'll
it
make some
used to.
stronger tea.
Bring out the whiskey.
I was going to say, here's some stronger tea. It's just pure alcohol. It's ethanol.
Pure alcohol.
Yep.
Well, I guess we try to get in touch with the Royals.
Well, I think this is your area. I don't know the Royals that well, or at all, in fact.
Yeah. Unless we get lucky and find
Yeah, what was his name?
Varen, we'll have to talk to one of the gate guards.
Which
Was that Maya?
Huh?
With all the paper?
No.
Another
Yeah.
paperwork.
That was my notes.
But where was
Yeah, I'm
he?
aware of that, but
Where was it we met him last time? I can't remember.
The bumbling bee.
Oh, here.
But he had followed us
Oh,
at
yeah.
the castle gates. So, I guess the castle guards or the gate guards, the
The closest guards to you are actually fairly close. You just have to go up to the big road and then walk up to the gates.
Yeah.
yeah. So we'll head up that way.
So you head up in that direction. It was dark last night. Obviously, the lamps were out and they're on now. And you may have possibly forgotten, because it's been a good few weeks, how much nicer Corsia looks than Yveluna. You're used to seeing these like decrepit houses. These are just like perfect looking houses. Everything is just so lovely looking, and you know everyone's.
I mean, when you
waves and-
say how much nicer Corsia is, you mean specifically all the bits that are not the edge.
Yes, this part of Corsia. You know, it just like you're just looking around like, oh god, yeah, people actually like have money here and shit. And you walk over to the gates, and there's 2 guards. And as you walk up, of course, one walks over, puts their hand out, and says, "Can we help you?"
I wanted to get in touch with the Royals. They know me. If you could just
Sorry,
send them
actually,
word.
I'm going to recon. I feel like I've used the grumbly voice a bit too much. The guard comes over and says,
Okay.
"Can I help you?"
Well,
Are you able to pass along a message to the Royals?
I guess I can.
Echelian Vosvias.
Oh, yeah, your name was thrown around a bit. Sure, I
Yeah.
can pass something across.
Just let them know that it's urgent.
Okay.
Alright, they know where we are. They got message to us last time.
Mm-hmm.
Alright! Walks away.
Yep. He turns around, obviously goes inside, passes on a message. And where do you go?
back to the mumbling bee, I suppose.
No, back to the house. I
Back to
think.
the
Okay,
house.
thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just hanging out there.
I'm just making sure. I didn't want to interrupt. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
A few hours later, there's a knock on the door. And
Oh,
it's
you
not a knock on the door so much as like a heavy gauntlet.
I think they found us. Get up and answer.
Hello?
Hello?
Hiya, it's me again.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, King says he'll see you. Lord knows why.
Wonderful.
Get special permission.
Is that all of us? Or just our friend here?
No, all 3. And
Okay.
supposedly there's meant to be a 4th small one.
Yeah, it's been a long few weeks. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you, by the way.
Right.
You talk about the other one isn't with us at the moment.
No, we'll leave it here for now.
No,
What?
no. I think he
Oh.
meant Elsie.
Yeah.
What?
Nothing.
Never mind. Let's go. Let's go.
She's not here with us at the moment, I'm afraid. Yes.
All right. Just walks off.
Oh, maybe.
You follow through into the main area. Follow him across. I mean, you recognise the sort of more grand sector by this point,
I'm looking out for
as it would be called, the principal.
what's
towards
his
the
name?
castle.
What's his name?
Alwyn?
No,
Or
no.
Baron?
The guy who looked the Batman.
Yes,
Fang.
Oh.
Sang.
called
Terminus.
Fang.
Terminus.
Terminus, that's
Fang.
it.
His
I
name
keep
is
that
Fang.
out
Yeah,
for him.
Terminus Hawthorne.
Yeah, you walk into. Yeah, you don't see him. You walk into the main castle, same as before, and are led to pretty much exactly the same room you did before. The nice, small, grand enough looking room with a circle in the middle. And you wait for. Honestly, it's probably he lets you in and then says, "All right, just wait here." And then it's a good hour. You're just sitting, nothing much going on. Probably just having a little chat. And I will let you RP if you want to there.
Etch is just hand in head the whole time. Just
Hand
I mean, you know
hand
what
in
thinking.
head.
Head,
Hand
yep,
in head.
hand in.
Oh.
No. Hand on head.
Head in hand is what you're looking for.
Yeah. There you go. Thank you. I got closer. I got the on.
Oh.
That's only one letter off.
Hand on head, just for the whole time, just
Honestly, it's
and the other one like patting the belly.
Not like this.
Anyway.
This is it.
It's about an hour later or so. The door just opens. I was going to say the knock at the door. It doesn't. Door just opens. Someone you have met before and recognized as Alwyn Bragan. He walks in. It's been a little while. I wasn't expecting to see you again, if I'm honest, but I... Yes.
What's that?
What the fuck is that?
That's the music when he walks in.
He's got my cloak.
It's a different version of it, but yes.
So is
Your
there
cloak.
some way I can help you? I assume you're here for something.
Well, yeah, a friend of mine is in need, and I believe you guys are the only ones that could help, but I also wanted to apologize to you in private, if possible.
How private?
Just you and I.
Well, it's your friends that are here.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Yeah. No. Do you guys mind for a moment?
You can just step outside.
Presumably, it's a big enough room. It's probably a big enough room we can get.
Just walk to the other side.
Exactly.
No, you can step outside, of course. He says you can step outside. Please don't go wandering.
Oh, no problem.
Certainly not.
Go on then, Unit. Let's go and have a look at these pictures in the hallway outside.
Yes.
See, that's a
Yes.
picture
Again,
and,
Unit's concept of art is pretty.
yeah, exactly.
We are RPing that in a second. Anyway, when they've left, he takes a seat and says, "An apology."
Yeah. The last time I came here, I was hot-headed. I hadn't experienced life outside of Yveluna. I was still very attached to it. It's been a rough few days.
You wouldn't have anything to do with the explosion, would you?
It's part of it.
I am not surprised. For some reason.
An old friend of mine, we found them at the spot of the explosion, and in order to help him, we had to take some actions that caused the explosion. Had no idea the explosion was going to happen. That wasn't planned or anything, of course. What I want to say is, I understand why you haven't come back. I understand why you left. Just trying to pick up the pieces and do something better with it?
Well, you certainly do have a noble cause trying to protect a lost city. I also want you to understand it was not my decision to leave.
I know.
And there is nowhere to go back to. It would not be in the interest of thousands of people to spend millions of gold pieces, millions of platinum pieces to rebuild Yveluna, only to abandon Kortia.
I understand. I get that. What's most important to me are the people, my family. I see a lot of Yveluna as my family. That's why I was so harsh about it. But right now, my more direct family is hurting, and I'm hoping that you're able to help us.
I cannot guarantee. It depends on the problem.
We have the leader of our group that was in charge of protecting Yveluna has fallen. She's dead right now. And yeah.
Sorry, just so gracefully said. She's dead right now.
He's not
I'm
graceful.
sorry, Fred can't come to the phone right now because she's dead.
Our only hope was that a royal mage could bring her back, given the resources that hopefully we can earn for you.
He pauses a second. Tell he's definitely in deep thought. You know, I'm sure you're aware you are a clever man. The awkward position this puts me in.
I know.
As much as we were once close friends, I cannot be handing out favors as such. Especially bringing people back to life whenever somebody loses their life.
It doesn't have to be a favor. It can be a trade of resources. If you need something
very little
done.
that we need done. I know it'll be hard for you to hear, and I truly do believe that this will do nothing but accentuate the passionate feelings you have that we do not care for the people. But the simple answer to your request is no.
All right.
The decision, I appreciate, or the answer is hard to hear. And if you want to hate me and blame me, you are welcome to. But there are reasons beyond friendship. There are systems in place. I cannot bring people back to life, especially if they... I do not want to say seek out their own demise, but to save a city, you have to put yourself in dangerous positions and accept that there is a chance of death.
I'm not going to hold it against you. And I would like to take you up on your offer to have more casual meetings in the future, hopefully.
It is difficult for me as a king of a country to have casual meetings, but...
I know, your offer last time, though, before I would like jackass.
Crudely put, but I understand your reasoning. Things have changed a lot in the few hundred years it's been since we met last. Well, it's been a few months since we met last, but you know what I mean. I do honestly love the idea of being able to meet up in the park and have a picnic, but Unfortunately, it is not as easy as I would hope. And
Fair enough.
unless I denounce my crown to my sons, one of my sons, which is not happening yet, I will not have as much free time as we could hope for. But whenever you're in Corsia, you're more than welcome. I will make sure the guards are informed of your ability to come within the walls of the principal, without question.
Thank you. I'll let you know whenever we're in the city, and if you have time.
I always
Someone
know when you
find
enter the
us.
city.
That's ominous. All right.
I am the king.
Still ominous. All right. Well, thank you.
You're
for
not
your
exactly
time.
an inconspicuous group.
Also fair. We came carrying a dead body this time. So.
What do you mean?
All right. Well, thanks for your time. Again, sorry
don't
for being a
feel.
jackass.
I don't feel you owe me a thanks, but you're welcome in either way.
Yeah. Give him a hug.
Yeah, he
Mock
definitely
out.
goes for the hug. I think he starts, when you go towards a hug, he seems to start very hesitant, almost like the king can't touch people kind of things, but then like after like half a second or so, it's like, yeah, fuck it. Just like actually goes in for a hug. Gives you a little pat on the back and says, it has been nice.
It is. We'll head out.
And as you start to aim for the door, he says, oh, I understand as well you met my younger son.
Yeah, he's a pleasure. He's
He
very
is.
kind.
Doesn't want to be a prince, and I don't blame him.
Yeah.
We will train him all the
Just,
same, just in case Theron is unable, but that's where it is.
Sounds like he has goals of his own.
Yes,
I
and
wouldn't put
I'm
any bets on it.
proud of him either way.
It's good.
It's a strange part of me in a odd way almost wishes he'd run away. I would miss him dearly and be terrified for his... Well, for him, but I think it would do better for him. This place is too regimental. For him.
You sound like a great father, Alwyn.
I've done my best. I've been looking after him for 231 years.
All right.
He is a man.
We'll probably be in the city for a day or two before we head back again. So
You're welcome to come
if
back.
anyone wants to stop by, or you know where we are.
We do. I will skirt around the fact that you don't own that house.
Yeah, I'm not sure why the people that lent it to us are indisposed, probably. I don't know.
There's a bit of a blank spot into the ownership of that house.
Yeah.
It won't be easy to hold that off for long, but the next couple days. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not yours when you come back next.
I was surprised that it was still ours when we got here. So. Alright. See ya.
Bye. Ciao for now.
Yeah.
I want it to, instead of just like T-posing out, I want Edge to now just do the most awkward like exits.
That's what I was going to say.
ever.
It's like he starts to bow and it's like
Just kind of
waves. It's like bye.
Alwyn goes to put out his hand to shake your hand. You kind of bow. Oh. Echoes. I fucking love it. Sorry, I love the little panic that Simon has every time it happens. He puts his hand up to give you a handshake, and you kind of bow and like headbutt his hand. And it's like, oh, and then he's just like, oh, sorry, and then you're like,
I'm just gonna
and
go.
you just like a bro fist and just walk out.
Yeah.
Like an awkward, you go to put your fist out, and he just like grabs it. And then,
Oh, we both
then
go. "Oh."
he's just like, goodbye. Out of the and I did say I want to RP. You guys leave and go look at some art. Proceed.
Only briefly. Yeah. But, in my mind's eye, I can see sort of one of the long gallery things where there's just paintings of kings going back down the.
You're probably not in this area. You're more likely to, that would be. You're in like a sort of a side part, so it's more likely a smaller corridor with lots of like paintings of the surrounding scenery, possibly like some battle scenes. What is this? Oh, I see. Yeah. Just for the sake of the podcast, it's a little meme of Theresa May greeting. Who am I looking at there?
I think it's the French president. Is
Possibly.
that Macron? I think it might be Macron.
And she kind of like awkwardly crouching and handshaking and yeah. Anyway,
It's really good.
The caption says when you accidentally click the left stick and go into stealth mode just as the cutscene starts.
Yes.
So,
but yes, like the sceneries, battle scenes, those kinds of things. That's the kind of art you're looking at.
So I would say,
let's see.
you see these are paintings of past victories, and there's a couple of family painting there from must be 600 years ago. That one is.
Oh, is that Edge?
Yeah, it's Edge as a baby.
Is it
One of those really ugly
I was going to say
man babies, the Renaissance ones.
Yeah, I have the same face, but like a child's body.
I was going to say, there's too many girls there, yeah, in long white dresses. Oh no, girl, after all, that was Edge. Look, and this is cast on it. What do you think?
See, these are strange. What is a celebration of achievements?
Well, yes, it's like a sort of like a memory, I suppose, captured on a canvas and then have them on the wall, so you can look at them and you can, if you are there, you can remember. And if not, you can have a little picture into the past. Don't you have anything like that in your neck of the woods, then?
I had a small collection of moss on the wall of my sleeping chamber.
Well, I suppose it's something.
And
Wasn't
drawn
it?
into the walls are some arrows for the direction of flow.
Yes, I had arranged a small irrigation system.
I suppose. Why do you do that then? Is it just for the for food, or just because it looks nice?
For food, or just because it grew there.
So do you
We
have
don't- We don't go in for self-expression.
do you do any sort of decoration or something like that?
Do mushrooms count as decoration?
Well, you can do if you put them in a particular configuration, so they're all pretty.
Pretty. No. Efficient? Maybe?
Good, it's all the same sort of thing, isn't it? All about what about changing the environment you're in to make it more comfortable for you. So in this case, the king and his family want these pictures here to make it feel more comfortable for them.
When you live underground in an Arctic wasteland, there's not very much you can do to make things more comfortable.
You can make a snowman,
We are underground.
snow formasid perhaps.
Not to mention the concept of comfort is rather different for your soft organisms.
Well, that's probably true,
It
I
is,
suppose.
All sitting and lying is very much the same when you have a exoskeleton.
Mm. But you've seen me painting, haven't you? You've seen me do my my paintings on some of the evenings. Have you got nothing much else to do?
I wasn't quite sure what that was. I thought you might be sending messages or something.
Well, I tell you what, next time we do one, I'll show you what I'm doing, and maybe you can have a go yourself.
Yeah.
At this point, a very awkward face-palming Etch walks out the door.
Oh, hello, Itch, how'd it go?
So it went well then.
I'm trying to read this face.
No, Unit is like, oh, Etch has arrived and he's not like
Dead.
got his head cut off or been eaten by the queen or something like that.
Eaten by the queen.
Well, that's how it works.
Exactly.
all the
Yeah,
time.
in Unit's mind, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, we're gonna We have some stuff to do, guys. Come on.
Why doesn't Ross, the largest of the friends, eat the other ones?
I don't know why it is such a fuss for you to be speaking to the Queen. The Queen speaks to us all the time at home. Constantly.
Royalty works a bit different in our
Yes,
kingdom.
it seems much less productive.
You could say that. Opinions, though.
I've never seen the rulers of where I live. But I suppose I have. Anyway, that's beside the point. So what did he say about the resurrection then?
They can't help us on that front.
Oh, that's a shame.
At this point, by the way, a guard comes along and gestures that you should be following them back out of the castle.
Right you are.
Off you go, tatty boy.
Alright, off we go then. Come on. If you look to your left, you'll be seeing the wonderful oak door that leads to the refectory. Anyway, moving on.
There's a refractory in the
Refectory.
Canteen.
I don't know what that is.
Canteen.
Canteen.
Okay.
Eating.
Fancy canteen.
You're just too much of a plebeian.
Yeah, I'm too American. Sorry.
No. You're too not been to a private school.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
When actually I went to private school.
Yeah.
See but you see a private.
Whatever. Let's move on.
Will mean different things in America and England. They're the opposite way around.
Whatever. It doesn't matter.
It
Doesn't matter that you're moving through the castle, going. I swear. Shut up. Shut up! No, stop it!
Just
You're
mute
moving
him.
through the castle. I've lost control, and there's only 3 of them.
Yes!
Moving through the
Purdy's not
castle.
even here.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
and
chaotic one isn't
out
here.
the front, out the gates, during which you have a conversation back towards the house.
About public schools.
About, yes.
So, no resurrection then.
No.
Well, then it is up to you whether you would like to continue with the other option.
It's our only other avenue. So what do we need for it?
If indeed you wish to resurrect her at all. It would involve...
It's worth a
multiple
try. The only other concern is if she wants to be resurrected, and by the sounds of it, she can decide.
Yes.
It is true, but if she does not want to be resurrected, it is rather a waste of resources.
Reincarnated.
Why?
Reincarnated.
She's worth the waste
We've
of
got to,
resources.
got to give her a chance, haven't we?
Yeah.
What do we need?
Rare
You will
oils and
need-
unguents worth at least
Oh, okay.
1,000 gold pieces.
So just 1,000?
Just one
Thousand.
shot. Just
No,
about.
I thought I missed something.
Rare oils and unguents worth at least 1,000 gold.
Which means
So
you can go back to say hi to Valerie.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sounds like we're going shopping.
1,000.
What the fuck is an unguent?
Jeez.
We'll look this up.
Soft,
It's
greasy or
yeah.
viscous substance?
It's like an ointment.
Yeah.
Lube. It looks like.
Yes, but
I mean,
Used as
yeah.
ointment or lubrication.
but yes, but it's unguent. They're normally like if you sort of.
Well, I guess that means we're going back to Valerie, and we're in good standing with her, so hopefully she'll do everything she can to...
Which actually means you don't go out the entrance you came in. You go out
Why don't you
the
go
other
over
towards
to
the.
Valerie's?
I'd like to also point out, by the way, the walk from where you went into the principal to the castle is like an hour and a half walk. Like it's an hour's walk.
Yeah.
It's such a long way.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
a big city.
So it takes you like an hour to walk all the way around towards the gates, which leads you towards the thing that I've. How have I forgotten the name of it? Clarence Market.
Oh, sorry.
To Clarence Market towards. I assume we're going straight to the cauldron.
Well, what time of day is it?
Midday probably.
So, lunch. There's that coffee shop in the Clarence Market, isn't there?
Bean, yeah. We can go to Bean, sure.
Yeah.
Have a very depressed coffee. It's a de-espresso.
Dispresso.
I'm sorry.
So you head over to Bean, which I will, for the podcast and for you, say how it looks. Re-say, yeah, whatever. This small shop is adorable in its aesthetics. At the back of the shop is a counter, and in front are many pods of comfy benches with tables. The colours are mainly Sorry, I think I made this pause last time as well because it says the colors are mainly turquoise. Turco apostrophe S turquoise. Turquoise.
Turquoise and hot pink is what you're trying to say.
Light pink. And the staff are always smiling. The table runner is a young human girl, green in a pink human girl, green in a pink apron, whatever, and white trousers and top. She has a blonde bob and is very smiley. This is who you found out before, Millie. Behind the counter is a young male elf, tall and thin with a long face, short brown hair. He wears the same outfit.
Is she from The Sims too?
Yes,
Green
obviously.
skin, wears the same outfits all the time.
I think it's... anyway, regardless, you go in, sit down, she comes...
the tables and she gets distracted by something else, so she just puts all the plates on the floor.
And then pisses herself. So, you walk in, she's like, oh, hi! Same as before. Would you like a drink? I've got so many coffees. You've been here before, I think. I saw you before? I think I saw you before.
I had the usual piece.
I don't know what your usual was. I'm so sorry.
Either way, I can't remember.
Why do we
Well, I can
always
get you
come
coffees.
here
I
when
can
it's
get you
so not the
muffins.
tone?
Something to be like. We have a little bit of a special right now on some muffins. I made some wonderful lemon muffins. They're so good.
I'll have one of them,
Absolutely
please. A lemon
wonderful.
muffin and a cup of hot water, please.
Okay. Anything else for you guys?
I don't.
Is there anything?
Well, I
really
think this
quiet?
one needs some coffee. I'll bring out a pot.
Yeah, good idea. Nice strong coffee.
And I do remember you with the... Yes, you liked fruit or something.
Yes. Quiet
I'll
fruit.
get you some fruit. And she wanders off.
Very quiet fruit.
Very quiet fruit. A few minutes later, she goes like, all right, here we go. And she's dropped down some lemon muffins in the center, a big pot of coffee, and then in front of you, she puts a fruit tart. It's like, wonderful, and walks off.
Why did we come here?
I don't know.
Muffins. I'm going to pour myself a coffee and start enjoying a muffin.
They're very good muffins. Very good lemon muffins.
It's so against the current tone of this group. I don't
think that's ever mattered to Flint, in all fairness.
No.
Very nice.
I'm just gonna take the pot itself. I'll pour out some coffee for both of them, and then take the pot and just
Neck it.
I think it's with a bit of luck, by this evening, you'll have your friend back.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, so it's a celebration then. Yeah, have a muffin.
Let's wait to celebrate. I'm not hungry.
Let's celebrate.
Oh, if you're not going to eat it, I'll have it back. then.
Celebrate.
What?
She said wait to celebrate, so I said let's celebrate.
Celebrate. That was terrible. Okay. So I'm going to enjoy my muffin and coffee.
Yes, a few of them. And eventually she walks over, all right, are we all done here? It's only going to be 5 gold.
5 gold! No.
5?
Sorry,
You
we
know
can't
who I
afford
am.
that. Here you go.
Well, thank you.
You know what? Here, have a tip. This one's just for you.
You're too kind of...
1 gold.
You're like 1 cop. Well,
I'm
you're
not
too
that
kind.
petty.
Thank you. And she wanders off again. Takes all the plates and, lives off.
Oh, right, that was nice. Right, now, where's Valerie's shop? So, over there, isn't it?
Right across the way. Yep.
Which is called...
Another hour to walk across Clarence Market and
Which is called... The Cauldron.
the Cauldron.
This small shop is dark and has a low layer of smoky mist layered across the floor. The windows are blacked out and the sparse lighting is red in color and barely illuminates the shelving at the back of the shop, behind a long counter. Visible in a back room are multiple cauldrons bubbling with smoke of different colors, and behind the counter is a rather unusual sight. The lady behind the counter almost looks dead in her image, with pale white skin and misty white eyes. Her greasy black hair is slicked back, showing off her pointy ears. And she goes, well, hello. Been a while.
It's been a while.
How are you?
How
This
can
time
I-
we're the ones in need of a favor, Valerie.
Well, I believe I already owe you a favor.
This one may be a bit big, so let's call it an even split. We need 1,000 gold of... What was it? Unit? Oils?
Various oil and
Unguents.
Would this perhaps be for a reincarnation?
It's very
You're
clever.
very keen, yeah.
Well done.
The only thing that uses that much. I have just the stuff. Give me a second. She gets up and gracefully walks through to the back. Brings out
I thought she
comes
wouldn't
back
have it in stock.
comes back with a big crate. Just says reincarnation kit on it. No, crate of stuff. Pops it down on the table and says, "Well,
It's just a little first aid
Reincarnation
kit.
starter pack.
seeing as you seeing as you managed to help me out, I will reduce down the price to 500. I can't give it away for free.
That's totally fine. That's very kind of you in general.
Hopefully it goes
Thank you
well.
so much.
I will just make sure you're aware that the participant in question needs to be willing.
Yeah, she's worth the waste, even if it doesn't work.
Well, I don't have much of these things. In case you come back for a second run.
We're not going to try again. If it doesn't work this time, she doesn't want to come back.
Well, good luck. I hope to see you for more of a casual meeting at some point. You'll need to check out my new shop.
Oh yes, of course, that's right.
Absolutely.
Once you've
Did they decide on a name? Did you decide on a name?
Not yet. It's still in construction.
I'm glad to hear it's going well, though.
It's called the potion.
Vile.
The vial.
V-I-L-E.
the petty potion.
Valerie's vial. So,
Right.
So, well, thank you so much, Valerie. We'll head back.
you're welcome.
we'll perhaps
Hopefully
see
it
you,
goes well.
before we leave the city.
I hope so.
Hopefully with good news and another friend for you to meet.
Another friend.
Ah! Ah!
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
How did Valerie know her name?
That was me.
That-
That,
that
was
was
the ethereal
Alex.
voice.
That
I know.
was our
I'm being
evil narrator.
No, the evil
It's
narrator
awful
would be
minds.
more like this. But he's not around right now. Please leave a message after the
You're
beep.
not
So,
there.
you move back. It's another like hour and a half walk. Although, I wonder if it is a shortcut to go through
To the city, to the center.
through the principal. Probably.
Yeah, we can just walk through the principal now. So.
It's a little shorter, not a lot shorter. You know, it's the arguments of lots of turns versus one big 90-degree. But
But
either
also,
way, you
The
take
roads
a
are
while.
less congestion.
Yes, that's true. You take a while to walk the whole way back. It's quite a heavy pack of stuff. I mean, like, it's 1,000 gold worth of this stuff. They're very rare, very that kind of stuff, but also big volumes of it. But eventually you do get back to the house that you do know on 123 Acorn Street. I can't remember what I call it. Like, it has an address.
I have it. It is.
Somewhere.
It is. Safe House, 43 Cedar Street, South
Cedar
Circle,
Street.
brown box with supports.
There you go. Yeah, back to the front door.
"43 Cedar Street."
Leave that whole pause in, please.
South Circle.
Absolutely.
House. It says house. Apparently. And also like lavender and chamomile tea. Sorry, carry on.
Oh, I got it here. It's 43 Cedar Street.
Unit, just
Hey.
before.
It's unusual for me to write anything down. So.
Unit, just before you do this, thank you so much. It means a lot.
You're welcome. I can say it means a lot to you.
Is there anything we need to do at all?
No, not especially. Although it might be useful if you were not in the room at the time.
Fair enough.
So, off.
I'll go see if there's any paintings.
Now, you're currently obsessed with making a painting for Unit.
I'm going to paint Unit. I'm going to paint. I'm going to do a painting of him at some point.
So,
Mark, I expect you to be creating these paintings, by the way.
I'm
They
afraid
might best be seeing
Okay,
some
right.
paintings at the end.
if Alex will lend me his graphics tablet.
No,
Yeah.
no. MS Paint. You can do it.
MS Paint with a mouse, yeah.
I know. It's MS Paint. I've never used MSP.
It's fine. We're gonna do some RP with these guys. So you just mute yourself and get clicking. So you head into the room. Friend still wrapped up, lying on the bed. This is where you RP.
I'm just trying to look at the spell to see if there's any information about
Not
this.
really. As far as I would be aware, you just kind of cover the old body in all of the rare oils and unguents worth at least 1,000 gold pieces, which the spell consumes.
Those.
Those,
Okay.
just
So
those.
you'd unwrap the body. Probably, I mean, Etch is probably very hesitant. I mean, there's a lot of...
I mean, he told us
trauma.
to leave the room, didn't he?
I did, yeah.
Oh, Etch as well? Fair
I'm,
enough.
I'm not
fair enough.
there. No.
Yeah.
He's very efficiently doing it
I was gonna
beforehand,
say,
then
I wasn't
unwrapping.
sure what sort of RP that was to do for me on my own.
I assumed you were
The
both
body.
in there. So you unwrap the body, you cover it in... I'm going to change the music from this sneaky music. 'cause that's not right. You cover the body in all of these ointments. I think to you, because again, you're not really bothered by like death and dead bodies and stuff, like this sort of disgustingness, in quotes, is not much. You're just covering in these ointments.
Well, I mean,
It's just
she's
a
not
practice.
disgusting anyway because she's still under whole body still, whatever it is.
She was
So she's not decayed.
not decayed. Just
She's not decayed, but she is disgusting
She's-
because
She
the
just
point at no, see, this is the thing. The point at which you stopped her decaying was after she was inside a highly acidic stomach for like, you know,
Yeah, that's true.
a minute or so. So like, she is like melty, horrible disgustingness.
Okay, yeah.
Like, she's not decaying, but the body's not exactly looking great.
Yeah,
But again,
yeah.
unit doesn't give a shit. So you cover it in these oils and stuff. And I imagine, I'd like to think you're probably doing this from notes as well, because you'd have learnt this recently, having done research. This is new
Yeah.
for units.
Yeah. And it'll be incorporating the spores and the mushrooms as well. So
Definitely.
I'm probably gonna take some of the supply of the hybris,
Yeah, a little bit of
I'd
that, a
say
little bit of this.
slight.
I'll just add it all into the
the
channel.
normal version, obviously.
So you close your eyes, generally cast the druidic spell that involves effectively creating a life. I like to imagine that the spores that constantly can surround you, that you can form, sort of come out of your body in a more gentle,
Kind of like coalesce.
exactly, less of an aggressive, as you've been attacking before, where it goes into some whatever, it just gently comes away if you starts forming the shape of a body.
Well,
At
and
which
they're kind of-
point...
At least in my kind of conception of it, like the spores are kind of constantly in the air around me anyway, and they're kind of, I guess, like a kind of
Directly.
5 foot radius or whatever.
Mm.
And it's just a case of like when I'm attacking, I'm just activating them,
Yeah.
and when I'm not, they're harmless to me and to other people around me. And so when I'm activating the spell, they're just all kind of like, like kind of filtering in from around
into
me.
a shape. Or just on the floor, just a body on the floor. And now I need you to roll a d100.
Aha. Does it do?
What do you have to roll for a half dragon, half elf?
I don't think I can. I don't think there's an option.
No. I know.
I can get a dragonborn though if I roll.
I wonder
a-
actually, because
a
I tend
one.
to do this.
A D100. Is that just 2 D10s actually?
Yeah.
Since I don't have a D100.
Mm.
Yeah. In which case, here we go.
Is Mark actually making a painting right now?
Probably, yeah.
That is 79, which is human.
Well, I'm not going to use that table because that's more fun,
Okay,
so.
fine then.
He's using a special DM
What did you
table
get?
that he was totally prepared to use.
If it's a formicid, oh my god.
Wait, you say
That would be
79?
dope. I did say 79.
Okay. And then can you roll again?
Oh.
Are you using a D1000 table?
No.
Oops, let me drop
Oh. Oh.
59.
Okay. I need to do a little bit of... So...
Sorry guys, the resurrection's taken, the reincarnation has taken a while.
So the
So,
the
it's
body
buffering. It's buffering.
that appears
The
is
spores create a little buffering
Loading
symbol. Or a loading bar, maybe.
I'm trying to find like the distinguishable features and stuff.
The
It
body is a
forms
loading bar.
a very human-looking. I want to see. I'm pausing here because I want to give you like a true description and not like then go, oh wait, but how about but here's it, you know.
You're doing a half.
Somebody clip that.
Somebody clip that.
That's gonna be a sub noise.
Really? Come on.
Come on.
By Alex's combination table, it's just human and human.
Okay, whatever.
What is
So
two humans
it goes
mixed together?
the body that forms probably concerns you a little bit, unit, just as it starts to form, because the body that forms, unclothed because it would be, is this very sort of like pale purpley bluey skin, very human in shape, the same like big muscular body, but you create this perfect looking body that just lies on the floor. And you give it a couple minutes. You're assuming because there's a point when a soul needs to make a decision.
Yeah.
But after just a little bit, the eyes open and you see just glowing white eyes. And there's this, looks up and around, sees you, unit, and says, "Why am I naked?"
Oh god.
If you could please, some clothes. Stands up, looking like taller than before, like 6'7", still absolutely ridiculously muscular.
So like on par with me.
Yeah,
Sucks.
it's a little bit taller. These glowing white eyes, and I think I'm right with. What? Oh, is he just posted a freaking picture?
I was fully expecting that to be a picture of the new Fryn, and then it
Oh my
just
lord!
wasn't.
So
at
just
all.
for the podcast,
Oh.
my dad actually did. Oh my god!
So that's gonna be my new profile on
Did
the
create-
on the swapping.
Oh yeah,
background, right?
100%. You don't need to make one anymore. It basically drew a giant ant. It looks freaking hilarious. I love it so much.
It's
Now I
very
need you to
good.
do one for all the other characters. I know Purdy and Greg worked on artwork, but
Oh my god.
honestly, I just want Mark
Lord.
to do it.
Anyway,
This paint is not particularly easy to do subtle stuff in, but it was,
she as she stands up though, you notice formed around her head appears this like strange like half crown looking thing, very sort of feathered. Like they're looking like glowing yellowy white feathers that go from above the ears round the back here. And she looks around, sees her old body and says, "I thought so. I didn't think it was a dream. I need some clothes. I assume I was dead, and I was correct that my
Yes.
soul was being called to a new body."
Yes, you were consumed by a giant worm.
Yes. A shame I don't get to keep my old body. I was rather fond.
I apologize, that was not quite in my capabilities.
She looks around, just reaches into one of the cupboards and just finds the most basic of clothes to put on. They're just
just
like
a big cloak or
ragged.
something.
Exactly, big ragged clothes. These glowing eyes. And who else is here? Also, might I say I'm impressed that you were able to do this.
Say that again, sorry.
He says, also, might I add, I'm impressed you were able to do this.
And it's just something that I have been researching with regards to my abilities. Etch is also here, and our companion Flint. I'll kind of open the door and just had Edge.
Yep. Runs upstairs.
You step in and just see, obviously dressed up, this like light bluey, purpley. Let's go with violet coloured skin. Oh no, violet coloured skin with these glowing eyes and this like half Halo-esque type thing around. The hair, by the way, is this pure white, rather short, kind of like a pixie cut, but a bit longer and sort of a bit more shaggy.
Is there any indication whether she's still female or male or?
You saw a naked body. She's a female.
Okay. Well, I mean, her naked body is also violet. I don't know whether she necessarily had the same.
Sorry, it came across aggressive. What I meant was I was affirming rather than.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess it worked.
Yes.
Yes.
She looks at her hand and says, "I appear to be purple. Not something I expected."
No,
Yes.
but it was really the only option we had.
Is there a mirror in this house that she could?
Probably in the room.
I'm going to be keeping out of the way until someone calls me.
Yeah. You bring out a little mirror. She looks, sees her glowing eyes and says, "Interesting."
Powerful looking.
Yes. I believe you have just created a body of an Asimar.
Say me again?
Oh.
Asimar,
Wow.
Asimar, I say Asimar.
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 The angel type.
Yeah.
Yes, I do believe. Oh wait, you're not there. Yes, I do
You're not
believe
there.
I am now half god. I don't understand, but I'll accept it. It's better than
Worse things to come back as, I'm
Are
sure.
you guys talking?
yes.
Yep.
Yes,
Hi.
we're talking.
Oh, I really can't hear you.
Bro.
I keep talking so that you can hear us when it starts working again.
Chaos.
More specifically, out of character while he sorts that out, she is a scourge Asimar.
A scourge. Excellent. That sounds
Which means she
brilliant.
has an ability. She has a Constitution score increase by 1, but she has something called Radiant Consumption. Starting at 3rd level, you can use your action to unleash the divine energy within yourself, causing a searing light to radiate from you, pour out of your eyes and mouth, and threaten to char you. Your transformation lasts for 1 minute or until you end as a bonus action. During it, you shed bright light in a 10-foot radius and dim light for an additional 10 feet. And at the end of each of your turns, you and each creature within 10 feet of you take radiant damage equal to half your level. In addition, once on each of your turns, you can deal extra radiant damage to one target when you deal damage to it with a tackle spell. The extra radiant damage equals your level. Once you use the trait, you can't use it until you finish a long rest. So she can go bah! At some point, which
Yeah.
you don't know. I just thought you'd like to know that. She's a scourge, ASMR.
It's very cool.
Wow.
I'm just gonna hug her. Tears start up.
Yeah,
It
you
goes
tear
into
start up,
the
you
hug.
hug her, and she's just like rock solid muscle.
Terrifying, but
She
very
does hug you
cool.
back. Quite tall.
I'm glad
Yes.
you chose to come back, friend.
So,
You're already
I-
losing it.
I can't leave you all
Are you
behind.
guys still talking? Can you hear me?
yeah,
Yep.
we can hear you.
I cannot hear you, even though my earphones are unplugged. And my
We are
sound's
actually
not
talking.
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh.
You could try turn it off and on again if you could hear what I was saying.
No, you can't hear what you're saying.
I know.
She says, "Well, I do believe we have a mission to be getting on with. How far did you get?"
We brought him back. We told he's fine. He's got no memories. He's recovering, learning.
You've done well.
Cool.
Done our best.
And I hate to ask, but the paperwork?
Maya's taking care of it.
Good.
Yeah.
Am I still downstairs? I'm still downstairs.
Yes, you are still downstairs.
With a cup of tea.
Oh, very glad you came back. I was a little worried.
I couldn't leave you behind. I understand it will be strange not being in my body. I do oddly wish to... So I can hear his computer. I do oddly wish to have a burial for my old self, but
Absolutely.
we can deal with this. She just goes over, picks up her old body.
It's a little odd, but okay.
walks through. Yes, it will take some time.
Well, while we're in Corsia right now, by the way.
Okay, I've never been here before.
Yeah, I was gonna say, while we're here, want to take the day. We have a friend that helped us do this. I'm sure she'd love to meet you.
How about first you catch me up with what's been going on?
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, is there anybody else here?
No, it's just us for now. Everybody else is, well, that's one of the things. Oh yeah, Flint. I forgot he's not
Flint.
here with us right now.
She heads down. She heads downstairs, and down the stairs you see aforementioned carrying the old body.
Hello. Gosh.
Okay, I can at least hear you now, but I don't have my earphones plugged
That's
in.
fine.
Okay, well, at least you can hear us. That's good.
You might listen
Yeah,
to
but-
it.
Yep, push to talk is a good idea for this. Then.
Definitely. She says,
Oh,
yes,
Hello there.
Some
Oh,
differences.
Gosh. Boy, you guys, you work then.
yes.
I like the skin. I like the eyes. Very nice.
Thank
Oh,
you.
very impressive. I don't think I recognise the form though. Not human, are you?
I believe I am an Asimar now.
I think I've heard of those. They're sort of celestial types, aren't they?
Yes.
I mean, aren't you?
Yes.
Oh, that's
Powerful
cheap.
magic
Oh, yeah.
unit cast.
Excellent. Well, that's very good to hear. Well, I'm glad you've come back to join us. There you are, Edge. I told you we should be celebrating.
Yeah, we should. But first, Elsie's missing, and
Okay.
I think there's a connection to her between a few murders that have popped up over the last few days in the city.
Interesting.
And the business with the Benizis, at least we know that, well, we have one of the Sun's words that they're not going to come after us.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't
For
think she knows what happened at the end of the fight.
I'd let her know upstairs.
Oh, that's
I have Tal back, and he's doing well for now.
I assume you took off his arm then.
Yep. It's gone, shattered, blown away.
Well, I'm happy it worked.
Seems to be not regaining memories, but relearning old habits.
Okay.
Still seems a little cold-natured, but
We'll keep an
not
eye.
totally unmalleable.
Well, I wanted to say thank you for keeping that worm occupied. That's the only way we won the fight. So thank you for that.
I
You
knew
like to
early
save a few
on
lives.
from that fight that someone would need to fall. I figured I might as well be a distraction. I'm glad that it worked.
Sorry we weren't able to get you out of that blasted worm quickly enough. We did try.
You brought me back, so you have nothing to apologize for.
Well, it's very good to see you.
Yes. You too. I'm glad that you are potential members of the conspiracy.
That's
They
very
have
good.
more than earned their worth, or showed their worth.
Ha! Etch mistaking his words. Now there's a sight.
Yeah, my brain is fried.
Yes.
But I think we should go out and celebrate.
I think it's a good idea. Though I would like to see everybody again.
Well, I was thinking
You can go
it's,
back,
It's
head
probably
back
getting
tomorrow.
Yeah, it's getting on. Getting on now. If we pop into the market, say hello to Valerie, perhaps have a bite to eat, sleep overnight, and head back tomorrow.
There's a pretty nice
Okay.
pub that we can all celebrate and chat at.
Okie dokie. What?
That somber tone. Okie dokie.
Okie dokie.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Cool, I'm push to talking.
Good.
What did I miss when I was configuring?
Namash.
Just me catching up with catching friend up
Did
on
we
the
establish
situation.
Did we establish what race she was?
Oh
Asima.
yes.
It's ASMR.
Asima. Asima.
ASMR. 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 ASMR.
ASMR mukbang.
ASMR.
Also,
ASMR.
Scourge. Asima.
Yes. Scourge ASMR.
AKA very
Yeah.
cool.
Bear within their souls from right to the heavens. I've decided I want to change my race.
Well, where to first?
Well, we can show you a bit of the city as we walk to the market. Oh,
Sounds
let's
like a
go.
plan. You walk through the town, and as you're walking through, she's just looking around. Well, they certainly do have it good here, don't they?
Yeah.
Tell
Doing
me
well for
again,
themselves.
why did nobody else move?
I don't know. Question that more and more every day.
I feel as though I'm not making grand decisions just yet, but I may start working on a plan to move everybody out of Yveluna.
Yeah, those that are willing to go.
I don't see any point in us staying there.
I agree with that.
Some people have an attachment to the city.
Yes, but an attachment doesn't seem strong enough anymore to pertain those horrific conditions. If the Benizis wish to stay, Sarasex, then fine, but those who live in horrible conditions, it doesn't seem fair.
Yeah. It would probably solve the problem of those big families causing all the harm to their citizens. I mean, the royals are here, the centurions are here.
Well, I don't think we could move them to Corsia.
No, I was
Yeah.
going to say. Well, the only thing is, if they're going to move, how are they going to afford it? They've got to get new houses somehow.
Communities, buildings. A lot of the people in Yveluna are handy. They could build a new house, a new community, farms.
They could.
We find the right land.
There's a chance that they could help rebuild. What's it called? The Stacks? The Edge? The Edge.
The edge.
Yeah.
The edge.
The Edge.
As he feels right now.
Well, perhaps
I'm on the edge.
Perhaps a little village on the outskirts of Gortia, perhaps.
We
Potentially.
can run it by Alwyn. See if he'd be willing to welcome a large influx of people.
Well, they are
I think it is not worth discussing yet. There would be far more than just a few words needed to start
Yeah.
moving people.
Probably good I'd apologize to him then.
I'm proud of you for doing that. I know it's hard.
Yeah, some... Sorry. Had some clarity. It helped.
I can't help but wonder. I was thinking it's been so long since you saw him, and then I was thinking, how old am I?
Yeah, that
mean-
was one thing running through my brain is how's this going to affect aging for you?
I don't know.
the sort of outside of the characters. The age is part of the. You're determining the age is part of the resurrection process, isn't it? You don't keep the same age.
It doesn't say it. I think it's just keeping the same age. The only thing that changes is the race, and I just went for the slightly different table to make it more
That's
fun.
what my arcane knowledge is like. Arcana.
Yeah, it does seem to say the same. It just is what it is. She says, "Well, you said something about a bee."
No, I didn't. Said a Valerie and a pub.
Called.
Let's go. Not the Bumbling Bee. The one in Clarence Market. I'm not going to get Valerie and then come all the way back to the South Circle for the Bumbling Bee.
You go for a long walk, and it's probably been a little while that people usually stare at you because you've got a Formicid, you've got a freaking grey-skinned fire elemental. I mean, Edge looks the most normal, but kind of steampunky, and then, well, not steampunky, but just like generally different clothing to usual. And then now there's just this 6'7", eyes glowing, like half god, and they're just like, what? She walks through like, people are staring at me.
You had a very
Hard
impressive-
not to.
You had a very impressive sight.
Thank you.
You have a demanding force about you.
Yeah, walk through to the. Do you go to Valerie or the pub first?
Valerie first.
No,
Good.
Grab her
Valerie
and
first.
say, "It worked." Let's
As
go!"
you walk in, Valerie says, hello, oh my lord, an Asimar.
Yep.
That is impressive. And she says, yes, I think I have you to thank for materials. Yes, it would seem so.
It was a big help.
Well,
But that casual drink that you mentioned, how's now?
that's a Valerie.
Yeah.
Yes, although you do know I can't leave during the sunlight hours.
Is it still sunlight at this point?
Yeah, probably.
I thought it dark about 5 o'clock, didn't it?
Yeah, well, I guess maybe the sun's going down.
We could
Okay.
have a cup of tea in her shop until the sun goes down.
I actually had a thought. We need to get friend some fresh clothes that aren't these rags,
Yes.
and
True.
we can do that in the meantime. We'll come by and
Yeah, it's
head to the flagon.
The flagon, dragon flagon, flagon. Yeah.
Win pub time.
Yeah, so you definitely head around to the shops, buy some clothes, some big clothes. I don't think they're like perfectly fitting, but like they're good enough, you know. Some big, nicer looking trousers and big top to fit her all the right stuff. So she looks a little more neat, a little less like she's living on the streets. And it honestly probably it's quite great. I mean, again, a sight to see. You know, even with like not incredible clothing, it's just like, what the frick? You head into. After that, Valerie does come outside into the dark with you. It seems as though she doesn't exit very often, so she's taking in the night's air as you step into the pub, and you have. I will let you RP in a second. Just a wonderful little time. I have the description of the Dragon Flagon, the larger of the two taverns, and a very open plan. As you walk in, you see the bar immediately to your right. The rest is an open floor with many tables and chairs. There's a room out back with a bathroom, a kitchen, and a corridor that leads to rooms for staying in. The patrons tend to be families or groups with minimal ruckus behavior and mostly acceptable volume, normally having food or meeting friends. The bar is staffed by two, one male, one female, both half-orcs, very similar looking, long faces with slightly grey skin and blue eyes. They both have very large builds, though the male is taller and wear simple brown and grey clothes. The male has medium long black hair tucked behind the ears. The female has long flowing brown hair and a long ponytail. And as Fryn walks over and they're just like, Christ, someone as tall as us then, huh? These two beasts, and there's just three gigantic beings at this point. It's like, yes.
I'm gonna get a bad neck like this.
Hello.
So
imagine being Elsie.
you still like the same drinks, or is that tied to the body, or is that mine? I don't know.
I don't know. Let's
We'll
have the
need
same
a flight.
stuff. 1 second.
Sarah. We're playing. Please.
Sorry. Says, yes, I'll try the same stuff as usual.
And I say we'll get a flight.
A flight?
Yeah.
It's where are we going?
No, like a flight of different beers and drinks to try.
I haven't heard this terminology before. This is Alex hasn't heard this terminology before.
Oh no, it's like when they give you a long board of tiny glasses with like multiple flavors of drinks.
They're like
That's
rates,
Whiskeys.
and they bring out this gigantic board of just loads of different alcohols. You can RP in a second, but I'm assuming that the evening is just a wonderful kind of catching up evening. Not big raucous, but it's like a little bit of conversation between all of you, and just having a lovely little evening with Fryn possibly every now and again kind of knocking something. Like slightly bigger limbs is very difficult, and also everyone constantly like, what the frick, staring at them, because now you have a vampire, an ASMR, a fire elemental, a formicid, and then just etch.
And etch.
Like, what a sight. It's incredible.
Oh man. Oh, that's really good.
Excellent stuff.
Just have a grand time.
You're more welcome to RP with Valerie and such. I
I
think I just tired.
I'm exhausted. So, Valerie,
Yes.
how's the shop going? The new shop.
Well, it's
Getting set up
going
and
well,
all.
thanks to you. Still building, of course, still to name and to employ, stock, staff, everything is in the works, but hopefully will be very profitable
Good.
and useful.
Yeah. I'm sure the city will appreciate a second cauldron. The vial.
The
Valerie's
file.
Miles.
I'm not convinced by that name. How's
Oh,
things going in
Valerie's Miles?
Yveluna?
In what?
Yveluna. The city you come from.
Yeah, as expected.
It's an interesting
Well,
place.
we just had to bring someone back from the dead.
I assume you met
So-
my necromancer friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not very kind. Apparently we owe him a
No.
favor.
I do not envy that you owe him a favor.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Specifically, it's me that owes him a favor.
Yes, stay aware of that. I try to avoid favors to people who like dead bodies.
Yeah, well, we've got one, haven't we?
Please
Indeed,
don't
it was
use my dead body.
lonely.
Although, I will be fair, if a dead body is required, and it will take you out of debt, then you're more than welcome to use it.
This is very kind, but I'd rather not.
Me too, but
Have a nice service for you.
I'm not doing anything with it. Although it would be strange to see a zombified version of my body appearing around.
I don't think I'd like to end up
What?
fighting your old body. That doesn't sound
No.
like fun at all.
No.
Yeah, well.
Live very interesting lives.
Well, I'm glad to hear the new shop's going well, Valerie. It's,
Yes, I felt like I swapped halfway between Valerie and Fryn in that, like there, and you can all
You
deal with
did,
that.
Yeah.
we could
It
tell
was
that-
the mention of bodies that
Yeah, unfortunately,
triggering it.
you've got two people together that I have very similar voices for that never really come together. So until now, it's not been a problem.
Yep.
Oh, and then
Oh.
halfway through the night, Valerie says, "Well, I've got to pack up. I'm afraid."
Are you sure?
Yes,
Come on, we're having a great time.
we are having a great time, but I have to work in the morning.
Oh, very well. It's been lovely to see you. We'll be heading off back to Yveluna tomorrow, I think.
Yes.
I doubt this will be the last you see of us, though. So.
Oh, no, I'm sure we'll
probably.
be coming back.
She drops about 20 gold on the table and says, "For my share," and
So kind.
heads
Thank
off.
Thank you very much indeed. We'll see you very soon. Good luck with the file, or whatever you want to call it.
Thank you.
you.
It leaves just the four of you. Fryn says, "It's going to be some confusing days coming forwards. Hopefully they've
Yeah.
found Elsie."
Hopefully.
Yes, I'm a bit worried about Elsie. Bit of luck should be there when we get back.
More dead people. More attacks. More... never ends, does it?
No, it doesn't. But it's been a very welcome distraction.
The only rest I've managed to get is dying.
We made the same joke. It's like, man, you probably, once I encountered that paperwork, we talking about, you probably deserve the rest dealing with all this. It's
The
insane.
paperwork is systematic. As long as I keep on top of it.
You've had this evening without paperwork, haven't you? That's nice.
It is the first evening for a while. I guess technically more because I haven't been around, but yes.
Well, maybe what you should do is delegate some of it then, since Maya can do it now.
Expand the
Maya,
paperwork division.
Maya has her own shop to worry about.
Yeah.
Although,
No, I mean, delegate to, I don't know, some of the more lays about members, like Jackson or Tiff.
you want Jackson to be sorting out your missions, the paperwork, your payments.
Not really, but you need a break.
I was thinking Tal might be useful for a while.
Yeah,
I mean,
Could do.
he used to help with the paperwork.
he just does as he's told, so I'm sure he could do it.
Yeah, I shall be very aware of him, but if what you said is true, then though we may never be able to trust him fully, he's not a danger for now. At least he's an issue off our plate. And with the Benezis promising not to attack, that allows us to move forward a little bit.
Yeah.
Now we just have to find Elsie and whatever beast is attacking.
I think if we find Elsie, it's going to answer a lot of questions on that
I
front.
think so, yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Well, for now, though, here's to us.
Here's to us. Takes a drink. We should probably head back, shouldn't we?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a long way to go.
Oh, it's fine. We can use the time.
Yes, you
Just think, less time with paperwork.
would you believe I'm eager to get back to it?
You will be for one day.
I
helped her a little bit. It is tedious.
I enjoy the paperwork.
Unbelievable.
Oh,
We had her
Trying
sword.
to keep
Oh,
forward for a bit because the video is really eating at my CPU.
Well, what I was going to say is actually, as you walk back towards the housing in the night, it's probably where we're going to end the session. And we're ending a session with minimal drama, minimal death, minimal horrid situations. It's just
literal
everything's
reincarnation.
yes, everything's very kind and some happiness has ensued. Oh my
Yeah.
word!
so
I now have an angel as a friend.
yeah, friend is
Oh, kind
Jesus,
of.
right?
I mean, I'm not going to make comparisons to the real world, but ASMRs, just to go into it a little bit, ASMRs are it can be like one generation, it can be 100 generations. Somewhere there is celestial blood in there. Now, I have my own in-brain lore reasons for why this would have happened.
Neon print Evangelion.
So I have reasons for why it would have happened. But we'll get into that, I'm sure, at some point in the future. But yeah, it's interesting. Interesting for sure. And I'm glad I used the other table, which is a little bit more extensive, because the one that goes with the actual spell, it has, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 options. And they're all just like, the most interesting is Tiefling. The rest are just, oh, Tiefling and Dragonborn are fairly interesting. Then it's just half orcs, half elves, halflings, humans, gnomes, elves, and dwarfs. Like it's not that interesting. Whereas in this case, and I did follow like what it said. I didn't just say, "Oh, I'm making an ASMR." It was funny. I genuinely followed the table. Came out with an ASMR. That's a lot more fun. A scourge ASMR as it would be.
Yeah.
But like I said, for now, thank you very much for watching, and I will end this gracefully as I always do by just sort of vaguely waving at the camera and